Ian is here. All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners meeting for August 31st. Would you all please rise and state the Pledge of Allegiance with me, please? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first thing we have on our agenda are our minutes. Gentlemen, do you have any additions or corrections?
No, I would move that we accept our minutes for August 24th, 2021.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County, August 24th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next up is planning. Sherry. All by yourself? No, here's Mr. Haley.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
First item we have is a plat that was previously approved for the amendment to the Lichliter to Lot Moderate, which you can wait to sign that if these other items are approved. So we could do it all at one time.
Okay.
The second item is an after-the-fact exemption being presented by Michael and Regina Ford. So it's a 1.37 acre parcel out on Road 20. The whole area was part of the Leonard family farm, and this parcel was actually surveyed off and a deed was recorded, but it never was brought before the commission for approval. It just was recorded, and they moved in and started building on it and living on it.
When was that done?
This was in '79. And it just got passed down to the family and back and forth. And the Fords obtained this parcel in 2017. So they're wanting, well, we helped them know that it's not compliant. They've got some other items going on that we'll present next week. But to get it compliant, they're going for an after-the-fact exemption to make it compliant.
Okay. So what's the crux of not being compliant, other than obviously the acreage to begin with, but what else is not compliant?
It was never approved by the county commission. It was created. It's less than 35 acres. So per Colorado revised statutes, it either has to be exempted to be compliant or over 35 acres.
Mr. Chairman, I have to recuse myself from this. This lady works for me.
And this was created back in
79?
79?
Anything prior to 72, then the state recognizes that it is what it is, but after 72, it was supposed to be brought before the commission and approved. That didn't happen, so we're just getting it compliant now.
How did we find out about it?
The neighbors is fixing to sell their property. There's some structure, variance, setback issues. Pretty much everything with the property is messed up per our land use code now.
Okay. Do you have anything else to show us on this, Don?
No,
Just-
just the sketch.
just the sketch.
The survey there. Go back up, Shaq. Right there.
There.
So that's a property on Road 20. There's two residences on there. A mobile that they put into the south that is too close to the property line, and then the shed that's actually built over the property line and on the adjacent property. But they're in the process of getting everything all worked out. During the course of the sale of the other 200 and some acres. So in order to do that, we need to get this property compliant so we can proceed with the other boundary line adjustments, setback variances.
So they're gonna purchase a piece of that property so that they can get that 30 feet of that shed or mobile home or whatever that is
Correct,
Yes.
on their property?
correct. But in order to do that, this needs to be compliant first, needs to be recorded as compliant. Then the reception number will go on to the boundary line adjustment documents.
So they're gonna buy enough property to be compliant to be 30 feet beyond that mobile home?
Yes,
So that it will all be compliant at that point in time?
Yes.
correct.
What about the boundary line to the,
To the west, they're gonna be requesting a setback variance.
but if they're in the process of purchasing the property, why wouldn't they just buy enough to be compliant?
Just because that jog out will be in the middle of the ag land and be another issue to work around with side rolls. And money. And
Question?
there's another mobile on the south end of the property that's gonna need to have a setback variance as well.
I don't see that.
It's not depicted on this one. That will come before you next week.
Questions?
No, I think. Bring it into compliance and then work on it is all we can do. It's there.
Right.
Okay. Well, that would be number 2 on the agenda, sir.
So I would move that we approve the after-the-fact exemption submitted by Michael and Regina Ford on property located at 16389 Cortez, Colorado.
Okay, and I'll second it. So it's been moved and seconded to accept the after-the-fact exemption submitted by Michael and Regina Ford on property located at 16389 Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 1.37 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
And item number 3 is a variance request application for setback of a new residential build on the Dolores River by the Lightenburgers, and Keenen Lovett is their agent. So they're requesting to build, do you have the other picture, Shaq, of the application on the proposed location? Right there. So they're out of the floodplain zone. which is depicted there, is 40 foot back from the Zone AE. But in using FEMA's delineation of the Dolores River bank with a 100-foot setback, Shaq, you can go back to, that residential build would need to be moved back 30 to 35 feet to be outside the 100-foot zone per our land use code. They're requesting a setback distance of 65 to 70 feet for that location. So the floodplain isn't an issue either way. It's
You're out of the floodplain
Right.
everywhere, and the elevation would absolutely bring you out of the floodplain anyway, correct?
correct. So that's not the issue. It's just a setback
It's just the
requirement.
setback.
Right. James Dietrich looked at it. He's the one that supplied us with the FEMA delineation and 100-foot setback zones. He does not recommend this for approval, just because there's no other encumbrances to be dealt with, that it needs to be that close to the river. Planning echoes that. Not seeing any reason that it couldn't be moved back 30, 40 feet to meet the 100-foot requirement. The setback for the septic system of 100 feet will be compliant either way. It's just the location of the residence. There will be an attached patio with a cover, so the patio itself would be the considered part of the structure and have to meet the minimum 100-foot setback to meet the land use code.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your time this morning, and this probably isn't specifically relevant to this request, but I'm going to say it anyway. I hope the commissioners find some sort of grace on my client and that he's here seeking a variance and not an after-the-fact exemption, trying to not put the cart before the horse and honor your guys' position to have your eyes on this before he builds. What Mr. Haley stated is, I think, one of our more critical points. I had sent out a series of documents to Mr. Powers yesterday, and I think you all have them forwarded on. The footprint of the building has changed slightly, where, according to the engineer, the encroachment into the 100-foot setback requirement would be 24 feet at the closest, and that would be a point on the covered patio. So it would be 76 feet away from the county's stated 100-foot setback. I think what I would really like the commission to consider in my client's request, I think, is the most critical. Like Mr. Haley stated, this is out of Zone AE, and I also sent the National Flood Hazard, the FEMA map of this specific property, and FEMA actually delineates between two different types of Zone X. There is Zone X shaded, which you can see in that FEMA map that I provided, up kind of it says the other areas of flood hazard. There's two different potential shaded areas that are also considered Zone X. And then if you look right under that, the highlighted portion says no screen. So what that is FEMA's delineation of Zone X unshaded, which according to FEMA's definition, the Zone X unshaded, it's the last sentence of this paragraph, are areas outside of the special flood hazard area that their elevation, basically there's a 0.2% chance of an annual flood where this specific zone is, Zone X unshaded. I'm not trying to be dramatic, but that is literally, this is in the same flood zone as the top of Mount Wilson. There is no lower flood zone anywhere in FEMA's definitions or delineations where the proposed building is to be placed. Yes, it's within the 100-foot setback. In my review of the intent of the 100-foot setback, it was all a part of the floodplain requirements that the county put in. I believe it was initially put in 2008. There's also some, this is in the Dolores River Valley, which rightfully so, the county has identified as a place that it needs to protect, not only for flood, but overdevelopment. There's multiple different issues which require things to be looked at in the Dolores River Valley, and I think that's very understandable. But this 100-foot setback in this particular case does not in any way protect the river anymore. It doesn't help from overdevelopment. As you can see in this picture, there are multiple places you could be well over 100 feet away from the river, but in a flood zone. So the 100-foot line, in my personal opinion, is somewhat arbitrary. I did provide some documentation from a multitude of other counties and the local counties, regional counties, I should say, San Miguel, Delta, La Plata, where their setback requirements from a river or a water zone is anywhere from 30 to 50 feet, which I know that this county has considered that. I know, actually, I think at one point planning and zoning even recommended a 50-foot setback. Unfortunately, that recommendation was tied to a 1-acre lot size as well, which I'm not necessarily a proponent of, but in particular, I think the 50-foot setback would be a much less burdensome requirement on the landowners up there who frankly purchased their land to be able to enjoy river frontage, subject to the obvious concern of the flood zone, which this is not a concern in this specific matter. And so, really, I think where I would like the commissioners to look at this is the fact that this particular setback and where their home would be located, the enforcement of that setback is an undue hardship on them, because the enforcement of that particular rule is not advancing the intent that rule was put in place for. This is in the lowest flood zone category that FEMA recognizes. They're here at the front end trying to do things correctly. The home itself will be a minimum of 2-foot elevation, even above, when we're talking about Zone X unshaded, that's the dirt. That's not where the home will actually be constructed. It'll be a minimum of 2 feet above that elevation, even further reducing the floodplain concern, and in areas it'll be 3 to 3.5 feet above the Zone X, that your Zone X unshaded, which is so for those reasons I would respectfully ask that the commissioners grant this variance application and allow them to build their home where they desire, and have placed it specifically in an area that flood concern is not an issue.
Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Lightenberger?
Just a side note is that we've worked real hard to do this up front and not after the fact. And we're going to use all local, from surveyors to craftsmen. We're using all local. This isn't a precedent that will hang above your heads for the entire time the commissioners are seated. This is something that is unique to this build, and we're not in the flood zone at all. So I'd like you to consider this request.
I have a question. Is it possible to move the structure back to honor the 100-foot setback? Is that a possibility? Is there a reason that that hasn't been considered?
highway.
Well, I mean, the simple answer, yes. I mean, there is nothing very specific to this property that only allows them to build right here. The desire to build right here is one, I mean, like I said, this is land that was purchased so they could enjoy river frontage, and in their private property rights, they want to build specifically where this footprint is to be able to enjoy their home that they've planned for many years, as close to the river as possible, because there is a lot of value there to them. There's a lot of, just, I mean, as you can imagine, if you had a piece of property on the river, you would enjoy your patio being as close to it as reasonably possible. Of course, that being said, we shouldn't be building homes right in the river and truly creating a flood hazard. And so this particular home has been situated where it's not that it cannot be moved back. It's situated that the concerns regarding building close to a river are not there, and they're trying to, like I said, maximize that value. Completely understandable if they're in the flood zone. There's a real governmental concern there, and that's not the case here. And so it's not that it cannot be moved back. It's their desire to build a home in a manner that meets the concerns regarding flood, but also is close enough to the river where they can more reasonably enjoy it.
I think a lot of the concern, so we obviously went through this process of addressing the land use code a year and a half ago. And some of it was to 1 acre lots. We immediately took the DRV out of it because this room was overflowing with people in here that had picks and shovels because the DRV is such a protected area. Mm-hmm. I agree that the 100-foot setback is probably more than it could be or should be because the riparian area, if you look at it from the, and I can't remember the data, but I think it's from the Forest Service or somebody like that say, you go in 20-foot increments of 20 foot are the bigger trees, so on and so forth. And then it goes back to even the grasses, which goes out to like 65 feet to protect the banks, the washing and the erosion of the river as it moves and goes through there. I know you're not in the floodplain. That's great. You think you'll be 2 feet above it with your elevation to your sidewalk. Is that just concrete?
We are 65 feet back.
Yeah. So it shows 40 feet. Is that actually 40 feet or is it truly this?
So that's 40 feet from the AE zone.
Right.
But that's not where the setback is measured from. You can see that dotted line that kind of goes through this just kind of giving measurements. I mean, really to comply with the 100-foot setback, it would only be 65 feet from the AE zone. But that you can just see where the 100-foot setback, does cut through the very southern edge of the home. In some places, I mean, the home is almost completely within the 100-foot setback. Really the part of the structure that more encroaches into it is the covered patio.
So is that drawn? It looks like there's a concreted porch area out there. Is that what that's showing? Okay, you have more knowledge of the Dolores River Valley than anybody here. So what's your...
Well, if you'll bear with me, we'll go into a little bit of history. That was created to protect the river from sewage. We had a plan from some investors to buy Stoner and create a very, very large facility up there, apartments, condominiums, and everything else. So we had a lot of residents that wanted us to protect the river, so that's how the plan got developed. But in that plan was also some credits that people had, building credits, to use. Now, those credits have been stripped out, previous commissioners for whatever reason. There was a variance allowed on the river for a deck, right on the river. And rather than tear it down and move it back, they did deliver a variance to this person. And I think we really need to take a look at the DRB plan again to see what really has to do with setbacks and where we're at. Because right now, to me, it's for lack of a better term, it's being prostituted. So I think we should really look at that. And, you know, I'm looking at this. We have a responsible landowner, going to take very good care of the property, and I believe we should allow the variance.
Just one specific note to those comments regarding sewage. I mean, like Mr. Haley already said,
Right.
the
That's
septic
paramount.
system
That's-
is well
that's
outside.
well outside of that,
Yeah.
and, I mean, I don't think there's any risk at all with that setback because it's well outside of that distance. First of all, thank you for coming ahead of things, because it seems like is all we deal with are after the fact, and it's extremely difficult to deal with. So I appreciate you coming forth and presenting this prior to us having to go on the backside. So, Commissioner Stevenson.
Just an added note here, with the review of the modifications, proposed changes to the land use code last year, the group you referred to took it upon themselves to contact FEMA to let them know that we're looking at impacting the Dolores River Valley, and in doing such, FEMA is now scheduling an audit for our county. They are having a stricter review of us following our own land use code and guidelines.
Yep.
And FEMA sets these boundaries. We didn't set them. They set the riverbank. So I don't know, how that's going to look going forward. I guess I have one exception to the presentation, that I agree for the house, they're bringing it beforehand. But if you look at the existing garage, which they've been notified of, it's built across the property line. To meet the land use code, they're going to have to do a boundary line adjustment with the Dolores River Ranches. It is themselves, but to be compliant, they're going to have to do a boundary line adjustment around the northeast and southeast corner of that building to meet the 30-foot setback. There is a deck that is already on the riverbank, so enjoying the river view from the patio isn't 100%, because there's I don't know how big, 15 by 20 foot deck that is actually on the riverbank.
Where's that at?
It is west of the house.
It's about there where the writing is, to the southwest corner. Which,
It's southwest.
Yeah.
Quite a ways from the house.
right. So I mean, that's,
We've had weddings and things in the past.
so I mean, there's a lot of things to take into view. I guess we just don't see where the need is. It's more of a want. The building foundation could be raised a foot or two to get a better view of the river if you're 30 foot further back. You're talking the width of this room. It's not like, we're asking for 200, 300 feet or something extraordinary. It's just another item up for review that what was the necessity there? And part of the Dolores River Valley plan, from the way I understand it, and from all the review we did last year on the land use code possible changes, is it's not strictly for sewage. It's also for visual aesthetics. We go through the whole solar farm deal about view sheds. Well, part of the Dolores River Valley plan was view sheds, both from outside the river and from the river. So there's several things just to take into account.
And I respect that. In all honesty, when we talk about, you know, the viewpoints going down the Dolores River, there is hundreds of homes along the Dolores River Valley within this 100-foot setback area. Whether or not they've been grandfathered, when we're talking about a viewpoint, we talk about the percentage of less views now. And, you know, this is also their land. And if anybody wants to preserve those views, they also have the option of buying the land. And so we cannot look at you in any good faith and say that this cannot be moved back. It is, we're asking the commission to look at this more from a practical, what are the concerns that this setback is trying to meet? And we truly believe that the concerns are not being met by this specific setback in this specific location. And we'd ask the commissioners to grant this. Now, bringing up it's a unrelated issue, but yes, the landowners are aware of the garage that is not in compliance, which is a different issue that they will be dealing with. And I know Mr. Haley said it, but they are the owners of the land to the east there.
So the garage, is that line that goes through the garage, is that the actual property line? So that goes with your current house on the east?
Correct.
East side?
The current house is just a little bit north of that garage and slightly to the west.
Right.
And so yes, that existing garage has been utilized with the current residents and will be brought into compliance in a separate issue for the commissioners to look at.
Correct. So you're talking a boundary line adjustment. You'll meet the 30-foot setback. You'll move the property line. That's compliant. So this garage then would be on the property where the new house is going to be.
Correct.
Well, that will be done outside of.
When we
of
built the barn
commission.
in 2000, we didn't realize we were that close to a property, and we weren't paying much attention to it because we own both sides of it, and still do.
Sure.
But before we would sell something, or we're going to bring that in. When it was pointed out to us, we can bring that in pretty easy. Just that property.
Okay.
So one thing I would say, and certainly I think it's really a good thing that the Lightenburgers came before us today and did this on the front end, and I think that's something that's super important to consider. Certainly, I think it's just important to remember that if we do approve this variance today, we are setting a precedent. And I don't know whether it's a precedent that we want to set or not, but as we move forward, if more variances come in, we've got to look at the totality of the circumstances and be able to either separate this variance from others that may come in, or grant similar variances in the future. Just something to consider.
And I think that's a very valid concern.
Which was part of the reason we were tired of looking at variances, which is why we wanted to change the land use code to make those setbacks less restrictive.
And
we did get the two sides in the front because some of the people, there are a lot of 1-acre lots up the river already, just
right on
to the north of you. So we were able to push, because there was a more restrictive setback even from the front, and we allowed them to move forward so that they could comply with the 100-foot setback.
And I think the concern that Mr. McLaren brings is a very valid concern for the county, and my subjective response to that is you have a bright line, reasonable fact here that you can hang your hat on, and that it is well outside of the flood zone, and it is in the lowest flood zone that FEMA has even created, and it is 2 feet at minimum above that flood zone.
We think it's gonna be 3.5 feet, but we'd rather tell you guys 2 feet, and then if it's 3.1 inches higher, then we're good. But we know it's 2 feet above the current elevation. Gentlemen, I think when all the other counties surrounding you with rivers are at 50 feet, you've got to look at your own, the 100-foot setback. Eventually, that's going to come and be in front of you. I think it's, if you take, we have 1.5 miles of the river, and we own on both sides of the river. So you take 3 miles times 100 feet that we've condemned, or are holding into perpetuity, and I'm paying taxes on 35 acres that we can't do anything but walk on. I think that's heavy. And we bought an old gravel pit, and we've tried to do nothing but restore it. And we love the Dolores River. We want to sit as we get old and have a glass of wine and watch the river and the ducks go by. We don't want to develop our, other than a new home.
Outside the flood zone.
Outside the flood.
And so one just brief remark I would make. I think that as the land use code is written now, and whether we want to change that setback, that's one issue, and the variance is a different issue. Certainly, we can look at that land use code as we move forward.
Sure.
If that's
The
something
only
we want
thing
to
in
do.
front of us today is the variance.
absolutely.
We actually, like I said, 2 years ago, a year ago, whenever it was,
1 year ago.
1 year ago, that the Dolores River Valley was part of it. We kicked it out pretty quickly because nobody wants the Dolores River Valley to change at all, or that's what was presented to us in here. Because we thought it was too restrictive at the time too. We looked at La Plata counties, we looked at other places along the river, and we're like, why are we so far back? However, I'm telling you, the people up the river, they don't like it, which are all your neighbors.
Because
So-
they got grandfathered in.
What's that?
Because they got grandfathered
Sure.
in.
Absolutely.
Not all of them.
Not all of them. There are some that have had to deal with this. And I wish I had more in the background of in the late 90s or the 2000s when this whole thing was such a battle. But we have a decision in front of us to make, gentlemen. So, Mr. Stevenson, do you have anything that you'd like to add? Because we do have to make a decision.
Well, we have a land use code for a reason. It was voted in by the people of Montezuma County. I had to vote to approve a deal here a while back that I didn't like because but it did meet the land use deal. Doing a lot of this stuff, I'm new at it. I think we do have to rely on our staff and some of this stuff. I think both entities of our staff have said no on this, and I don't know. I have to side with the staff on this.
So the 40-foot measurement and the 100-foot measurement that we're looking at right now on this Zone X plan, the FEMA flood boundary, it still shows 40 feet from the house, but not 40 feet from the concrete. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because the
So it's
concrete.
40 feet from that southwest
West corner.
corner of the building footprint to Zone AE.
Correct. So what is the concrete? How wide is your concrete there? Because isn't the concrete supposed to be out of the zone also?
Well, the concrete is out of the zone. Zone AE, which is the flood zone,
I understand that, but what's the dimension from the concrete to the boundary there, the AE zone?
well, the concrete there for the most part is, wow, that is small.
It's 18 feet, I think.
That's what it looks like to me. So we're sticking out 18 feet
So
from the home.
that's not part of the covered patio, obviously. That's just a step down walkout.
No,
That is the covered patio.
that clear area that you're seeing there that's not completely darkened, that sticks out, that is the covered patio.
So we're then actually within 20 feet of the AE zone.
22 feet, yeah. You're 22 feet from the AE zone. You are 24 feet into the 100-foot setback.
But we're still out of the AE zone.
Yeah, correct, the way that the line is depicted there. And that slab on grade right there is, the elevation there is 2 feet?
At a minimum of 2 feet above the,
Because it says the floor joists are 2 feet, but the slab on grade there is not. It would be lower than the house level. So
in
what's the elevation
in the
of
Zone
it?
X, we're going to come up, I think 3.5 feet, because you do the stem wall
Mhm.
and whatnot. And that's where we're telling you at least 2 feet above the grade, the current grade of the Zone X.
So that would be obviously the lowest grade, that patio,
Yes,
as it steps down, or maybe it doesn't step down,
but
but,
it does not, it's straight
so
across.
it's flat, straight across? Is there any way we can move it back some? I mean, I guess it's hard to justify. I mean, if there was a mountain there and you had heavy vegetation there, and I know the property, we all know the property, we get it. But still, to be compliant with the land use code, we really should just say you have to meet the 100-foot setback and close the book and go on about our way. But
Well,
I'm
and I
trying to
think
be a
that's
little
the-
bit logical and reasonable to say, what can we do to move this forward? So,
I think there's
Um,
always that. I think that's why they're coming on the front end asking for a variance and
Right.
trying to,
This is the reason that there's a variance system put into place.
correct.
When there's something that doesn't hurt the welfare and the reason the variance was put in, and if you look at the wording, how does it go? Don?
undue hardship.
That you're not doing anything to damage the welfare and health and safety of your neighbors, the river vats, the floodplain, and the water quality.
And none of those things are affected by this variance.
So the only thing I would say, and again, I'm not trying to push either way, but, I mean, ultimately, we're gonna have a lot of these applications come in, and if folks can move their things back, I mean, it's gonna be difficult for us to ask in the future to move back if we don't ask in this situation to move back. I'm not saying it's a bad precedent to set necessarily, but we certainly would be setting a precedent today. And as we apply the land use code, we've got to treat everybody equally.
and I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, and I completely agree, and I think there's objective reasons that you can point to here to allow a variance, the largest being, like Don said, no effect to others, and the fact that it is not anywhere, it's not in the flood zone.
Well, you can actually build in the flood zone, it just has to be elevated above the flood zone. So you could actually be into that zone as long as the elevation was there, which you're clearly above the elevation of
Mhm.
the zone. It's just the setback of not meeting that. So you could be, yeah. The septic system, the leach field, everything is gonna be well beyond the 100-foot.
Yes,
Because there's plenty of property to the north or northwest
yes.
that can be compliant with. And I think, like Commissioner Lindsay said, I think when that was developed originally, I think it was specifically for water quality. And they felt that too many septic systems were going to damage the water
Yeah.
quality of the river, which obviously we all get our drinking water from that river. So water quality is a big issue to all of us. So, Commissioners, anything else that you would like to ask? If not, we need to move on because we have a decision to make. And,
I have nothing else.
okay.
No,
Commissioner Stevens?
I'm good.
Okay, well, we have
Anything
to
else?
make a decision.
I'll start it off. I move
One way or
we,
another.
I move we accept the variance as presented.
I can't.
In that case, it dies for a lack of a second.
Is there any way that you can move it back to get that patio to that 40 feet? That 18 feet, can you move it back 18 feet?
We don't
I-
want to.
I-
We
I-
want, we
I-
got on the river to live by the river.
No, I absolutely understand. I
I'm
understand the want.
I'm kind of on a tight rope here, I think, with what I'm going to say, but I mean, if that's the case, it wouldn't, there would still be a variance needed. I mean, and so I guess if you're willing to do that, I mean, there's no.
It just moves it out of the riparian area is what I'm looking at. That's what I'm thinking about. When you look at the distances within the riparian areas of that river, this is not talking about the flood zones. We're not talking about any of that. If that river shifts and moves, which it always does, I don't know to what degree it has in the lifetime, but it will move, it will shift. And
It's
that's the-
actually moving away
Yeah,
in
and,
that spot.
and that's what I'm saying. I don't know what it has. You obviously would know better than I. But that's the whole purpose of those riparian areas, is to keep those rivers more stable than not. So if we encroach on those, and that's why I was originally looking at that other map for riparian areas and how they establish those zones of that 20, 40, and 60-foot mark. That's what my consideration is and concern is. I'm not looking at, I understand the want. If I was there, I would want the same thing. I get it. However,
If we
you're
build, can we
you're
just
well
pay
out
the
of the
fine?
flood zone. I'm sorry?
If we build, can we just pay the fine?
Ian, would you explain what the fine is for a land use violation?
The fine is pretty extensive.
It's $1,000 to my neighbor.
It's 1,000 per day if they assess it that way.
I don't want to go down that road.
I don't either. That's
I
why we're
don't-
here.
I don't want to go down that road. That would be an ugly part of this job for all of us and for you too. So we don't want to go down there. I think that, again, I think that the 100 feet is too far. However,
No,
Commissioner
I
Stevenson is
feel
right.
it- I feel
We-
it's too far too,
But we do
but
have
it is what we got. It's,
a land use code that was voted on by the people and specifically up that Dolores River Valley.
Well, it wasn't really voted on by the people that own the property up and down the river. it was brought before you with the Dolores River Valley group. And I voted against that because I sat on that group, because it was more excessive than any of the other counties around us at the time. And so,
It still is.
and it is. And this is why we have a variance. This is why you have the mechanism set in here for ones that don't affect the health and safety of the county residents and the water quality of the river.
Correct, and I can live with that. However, I'm saying within the riparian area of those zones, which is not something that's even depicted here, of that 20, 40, and 60 feet, that's why when we brought the land use code up a year ago, that's what we were looking at. It's like, well, why are we so restrictive?
Wouldn't those riparian areas be from the actual riverbank? Because the riverbank is well inside where that AE zone is.
Yeah, here again, I'm not gonna talk intelligently without that document in front of me, so I don't wanna say what zone this would even be in if it's the 60-foot zone. So I'm gonna end up making this decision. You guys can obviously see that. I've got two oppositions on both sides of me, so I'm wanting to get as much information that I can, because this is gonna lie on me.
Do you want me to add an additional note?
Sure.
In researching the adjacent property, I found no indication that one was ever approved being closer than the 100 foot to the river, which I'm not gonna go after that or deal with that building from 2003, but I did find in there a complaint letter from Mr. Lightenburger about an adjacent property being built less than 100 foot from the riverbank, being non-compliant with the land use code. Now that was investigated. The house did meet the 100-foot setback, but I mean, if that's the scenario then it should be the scenario now.
I don't know if that's applicably, I don't know.
That's wrong.
Just shedding what I found.
It's
And I think ultimately, whether a letter was written or not written is really
Yeah, that
not
doesn't-
relevant to what we're doing here
I won't.
today.
I get it. I understand that. Can you reduce that again, Shaq? That picture? So to comply with the 100-foot setback, the hashed mark going through the house right now, that's compliant, Don?
Correct.
So what would it take to get the house, the main structure, well, the 18-foot of the patio or covered patio is really the big issue, because you said that was within like 10 feet or something, 20 feet?
Well, I mean, based off, it'd be 22 feet from that AE zone, but I know you're concerned with the riparian area. That AE zone is well away from the riverbank itself, because they do that, obviously, because the river can pretty easily flood past its bank, and so that AE zone is, itself is well away from the riverbank and any, what I would believe to be a riparian area. This is really up quite a ways above the river in a pretty flat area. It's not, it hasn't been eroded where this specific building is.
Yeah, you're pretty much a minimum of 2
We're
feet
up
right
on
now
top. It's up on top there.
from the elevation that you're showing right now. So the flood elevation is at 61.5, and it says floor joist, but that's where I'm confused. If it's all the same elevation, why is it not at the 63.5? Well, I guess it is.
Yeah, I think it is. I understand it's not easy. I guess I'll just keep saying it. You've got some very objective reasons that the concerns that the land use code tries to advance are not a concern here, which I believe is why we have variances. When a particular landowner is not in any way impeding anybody, but the land use code treats them and their personal property rights unfairly.
That's a tough situation here.
It is. I'm sorry, gentlemen.
You know, because on one side of it, I totally understand.
And I do too.
Feel,
I just,
because there is a amount of property that is, you can walk on it, you can utilize it, you can fish on it, you can do whatever. You just can't put a structure on it.
and there's two or
Understand
three
that.
things in the land use code that I think needs addressed.
And we can
But
always
that-
do
but
that,
that's
but
what-
I will
but
tell
that-
you,
that's
I
what we
will
have
assure
now.
you, I wish I would have saw you when we were talking about this, because it would have been nice to hear an opposing side when we started to try and change that land use code, and we didn't. And that, it's difficult when we see something in the land use code that, because we don't like variances either. I wish it was, I don't like variances, to be honest with you, because we all want what we want, but is it compliant? And right now, it's not compliant with the land use code unless you move it back to to the 100-foot setback. There is no reason that you can't move it back. There's not a mountain in your way, there's
If I
nothing but.
bring the structure of the actual house to the 100 feet, can I encroach on it with my porch? Would that be palatable?
And if we decide to go that route, my recommendation would be to get a new drawing and to bring it back up. So we know exactly what it is we're approving, we have a record of it.
So the house would be within 82 feet and they're, correct? Or, I'm sorry, the porch would be 82 feet. Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Now, what
I think
what
the-
isn't shown on this, and that is in the floor plan that we did provide?
What's this distance from the edge of the structure, the black, back to the boundary line right here?
Well, it depends, because the boundary line, that 100-foot setback in the house aren't necessarily running parallel.
Right.
It's probably 10 or probably 12 to 6 feet. I would say the actual, if you don't count the patio.
So here's what we just did
You're-
a
you're
couple
12
weeks
to 6
ago.
feet.
I
Sorry.
know you're not 100 feet. Can you get to 80 feet? It doesn't look like it's going to take that much to get to that line that's hashed there to get to that 80 feet.
80 feet from,
Instead of the 100-foot setback, 80-foot setback.
but so the southernmost point of the porch, the
This-
covered patio,
Anything that's a structure, the way the land use code,
Yeah.
anything that's a structure has to be 100 feet away. So patio, concrete.
I'm just clarifying that you're saying
Yeah.
that portion be 80 feet.
Correct. Because it doesn't look like if that patio is only 18 feet, it only looks like if you're saying 6 feet away, if I can get 80 feet, then I feel that I'm outside of that riparian area totally.
Yeah. So if this is 16, we're only. May I approach the bench?
Yeah.
Sure.
So I believe for 24 feet, we're encroaching 24 feet on the 100-foot setback. This from the dotted line, this is your 100-foot setback.
Right.
Okay.
So of that 24 feet, the house, it would sit this way, okay? No, the river is here. So this, I believe, is 16 feet of that, of the 24 feet we're encroaching, 16 feet is the covered patio. So,
So- Right, but this 100-foot line is drawing it to the house and not the patio.
Right.
yeah.
Correct.
No, this is your 100-foot setback line, this dotted line.
Right. So can you give me 80 feet?
Yes.
Do you want to move that, or do you want me to do it?
I'm not
So-
sure how to word it.
Okay, I'm going to do this. So I would move that we accept the variance application submitted by Bruce Lightenburger, agent Keenen Lovett, on lot number 8 of the Dolores River Ranches Subdivision located at 18916 Highway 145, consisting of 36.65 acres more or less, with one exception, that the 80 feet variance be applied and not what is presented today. It must maintain an 80-foot variance instead of the 100-foot setback. You have a 20-foot encroachment, along with a minimum of a 2-foot elevation gain from that AE zone.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the proposed variance application submitted by Bruce Lightenburger, agent Keenen Lovett, on Lot 8 on the Dolores River Ranches Subdivision located at 18916 Highway 145, consisting of 36.65 acres more or less, again stating the 80-foot setback from the AE zone and a minimum of the 2-foot elevation gain for the structure. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is that from the
Can-
covered deck or from the house?
From the structure.
Can we have a condition of that approval that we get a map supplied to us depicting that scenario?
I think that's reasonable, is that?
Sure.
To give us the actual,
That will be recorded with the variance document that we
right.
can produce.
So when the engineer stakes it out, then we can actually have submit that with that plan.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for your time this
Okay.
morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Pull the next one there, Shep.
Okay, agenda item number 2.
I thought we,
No, we have
No.
plats we have
Done that
to sign.
Wednesday.
We're
You're not administrating correctly again. We've got 2 plats to sign.
You need some signatures?
There's a termination. Oops, I think I just threw something on the floor.
Okay. No, this actually signed.
Yeah, thanks for picking that up. Yeah, we got roller paper here.
We have another one, Jim.
I'm gonna start smudging if I don't get this all right. Oh, sorry, Joel. You could work if I'd get the hell out of your way, huh? Surely it's September by now. I know
One more day.
we started in August, but it feels like we've been here a whole.
We've been here forever.
They put you on the edge of the plant.
It's so big, cover the whole thing anyway.
There's one.
Perfect timing. Oh, what's this? Is that covenant? Yes, sir.
This is the, Lichliter.
Oh, they're not changing.
No, they're not changing the covenant.
You need a stamp it? Just checking. Don't be in trouble again. Can we go now, Shaq? He's not paying attention.
You may go one seat back.
You guys got anything else?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right, the next thing on our agenda is our public comment session. The Montezuma County Board of Commissioners welcomes you to this meeting. People speaking during the public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, or depending on the number of people wishing to speak, it may be reduced to allow all members of the public the opportunity to address the board. When addressing the board, please state your name and address for the record prior to providing your comments, and comments to individual supervisors or staff are not permitted. Participants may not yield their time, and at this time, the public comment session is open.
Come right.
James Parks, County Road 32, 12976 is the address. I'm wondering when County Road L, 32, and P are going to be chip sealed to connect the dots to the other paved roads.
Our superintendent is not in here right now.
I talked to him a couple weeks ago when he was in, and he said it's not even on his radar. He's connecting the dots, but I've also called the county roads office, and the lady said because Dan of Daniels Concrete lives on that road, that's why it hadn't been done. The other taxpayers would like it done, and if I have to, I'll start a petition and get all the neighbors and everybody on the road and everybody up on Summit Ridge that uses it as a cut-through to come and pack the space here. I just want a date when it could get done.
Okay.
Hopefully next year, next spring.
L, 32, and P. or any questions?
L32P connects 33 to the bottom of L that's paved.
Okay. All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank
morning.
you for your time. Can I approach the bench and give you a little bit of documentation? Jennifer Nelson, 30261.
You're next on the agenda.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. All right.
My name is Elizabeth Berger, and I live on Road 29. And I am here to talk about the mask mandate again. I was at the last two school board meetings, and I am a proud member of this community with a lot of common sense people living here. And I would ask the commissioners to maybe reach out to the departments and other organizations. I think the masks are working or not working. They are a good sign that is visible and you can control it easily, but maybe we can do better. Maybe we can reach out to the departments and say, what can you do? Like, let's say, cleaning the lockers in the schools more often, cleaning the steering wheels in the cars more often, cleaning the floors in public buildings at different times or with different products. I think we should look beyond the mask and find a way to not only fight this pandemic, but find a way to maybe fight the flu season that's coming up or other airborne illnesses that may be coming around, and use the brains of all of our community organizations to find ways how we can do better. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close this public comment session and we're going to move on. Miss Jennifer Nelson, you are on our agenda, so if you'd like to come down now.
Again, I'm Jennifer Nelson. I own the property at 30261 County Road H. And I would like to appeal a recent decision by the planning department that I'm non-compliant for my little Airbnb. I was hoping I could approach the bench and provide you with some documentation.
Okay.
Thank you. The first thing that you'll see there in your little folder is a title page for Camp Krista from 2011. What this does for me is just let you know that this camp has been in its current state for 10 years. I didn't build any of the buildings that are there. I purchased it. It used to, thank you, it used to house up to 100 children at a time. And the most important thing about this is the listing from when I purchased the property. And the most important thing is this remarks section at the bottom. You might want to take a moment to read that. Again, just stating that I bought it this way. I didn't build any of it. And at the time, I was looking for an income-producing property because I have some serious chronic health problems, and I want to be able to stay home and take care of myself and be able to work from home. So that's that is what that is. If you want to move on to the next page. This is my occupancy rate. So this goes for my open season. You can see there we're open about 6 months of the year, busy about 2 to 3 months of those. I'm only at about 18% occupancy rate across my little buildings. And I have about 7 average check-ins a day, so it does fall below that high impact of 15 or more cars per day. This next page is where I get to brag a little bit. I am very serious about my little Airbnb. I have 100% 5-star ratings, overall 5-star rating. And if you look down under this, not only do I have 100% 5-star ratings, but I perform 5.7% better than the Airbnbs in the area. These next 3 pages are my receipts for paying Le Pew for pumping the pit for the waste. I have also brought my closest neighbor by proximity with me today, Elvin Martin. His home happens to be directly across from what we refer to as the camp gate, so he can attest to things like what my traffic level is, whether or not we're quiet, and it really is. It's a very quiet, mellow, tiny little operation. He can also attest to, I mean, we've never had any interaction with law enforcement or emergency services. It's been very quiet and mellow. I am a professional. I completely am dedicated and devoted to my little Airbnb operation. And when I looked, it said you can have a bed and breakfast in the planning and zoning, and so that is what I took and ran with. So I took the capacity of the church camp down from like 100 kids at a time and made it a place for adults only, and my maximum capacity on a busy holiday weekend would be like 24. It's very small and quiet, and it mirrors many of the other odd little Airbnbs that are scattered across the county. I mean, there's wagons, teepees, strange little cabins, other hip camp and camping spots. So I don't really feel like I am doing anything that is abnormal from across the county at all. And I would like you to please grandfather in my little situation so I can just keep on with my my little business that I care so much about.
So I think, Don, do you have anything to add before I go on, or it's all right here in this letter? So I think what
In 2010, none of those buildings were there.
That is not.
so it
Sir,
doesn't
I'm going to
matter.
need you to come to the microphone.
It really doesn't matter. What we have right now is that, here again, it doesn't meet the requirements of the land use code. And I'm not, whoever put it there, whoever built it, obviously you didn't understand it or you didn't know there was a land use code, and I'm not going to penalize you for that. However, all this is saying is that you go through the process to get a PUD or a GPUD done to bring it into compliance, and then we'll work with a variance for the setback on the building that's actually on the property line.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
I do understand that.
Okay, so it's really, it's a relatively simple process. That way somebody didn't do it. You've been sitting here now, listening to what we have to deal with all the time, and we're trying to clean up these messes to
Understood.
bring things into compliance. So I think as all this is stating is to please go through the process to file the application for the PUD, and then you can break it up. It's specifically delineated, and then we know what's there, so this doesn't happen in the future. I
came before you to appeal, because while the process is simple, it costs money. And I was hoping that you would be kind to me and understand that I did not build the buildings. I took it and ran with it, in fact, made it smaller than it was before. And I did hope that you would grandfather in my situation and just let me go along. I do understand and hear what you're saying, but I needed to come before you
Okay.
to try.
Commissioners?
We can work with you to bring it into compliance. That's,
Okay?
Yeah, we've got to work through the system. I mean,
And again,
being
it's
after the fact.
not your fault. I don't think anybody is placing blame at all. It's just now that we've found it, we are finding a lot of issues. People are bringing forth issues every week to us, to our planning commission. And when it's out of compliance, we're trying to do the best we can to get it back into compliance so that we know what's going on within the county. So
Okay.
is all we're asking is, and there is a cost to everything. I understand that. Trust me. We understand that better than anybody.
Yes, and I do understand, and I do wish to come into compliance. I really do.
Okay.
So,
I understand your appeal, but I'm gonna deny your appeal
Okay.
and ask you to go back through planning, fill out the application, work with Don and Sherry, and then we'll work on the variances for the structures that are there. We're not asking you to tear anything down.
Okay.
It's just to go through the process to bring it into compliance so that we can move forward. So that the next person, when it does sell, because
Mm-hmm.
it will change hands, doesn't have to do what you're having to do.
okay.
I'm
So-
sorry that you ended up in the position that you were in. But
Thank you for saying that, but I do want to come into compliance, so that's what I will do. So thank you
Okay.
so much for listening to me today. I appreciate it. Hope I didn't waste too much of your time.
No, ma'am.
You're fine.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, next we have our CIP, our Community Intervention Program. If you are all here, would you all come on down again? We have with us Haley Saunders, Sheriff Nellen, Chief Knuckles, Marshall Goodall, Chief Balfour, Director Spratlin is here. Rachel Simbeck, our grant writer, and good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
How are we?
Fantastic.
Peachy?
How are you guys? Y'all slept well last night? I hope.
And commissioners, we have letters of support from the program here. Do you want them read into the,
I don't think we have to
Minutes.
read them, Shaq. We just, as long as we can put them into the record. I think we've all read them. We can just put them into the record. Unless you guys want them read. But
No, I don't
we all have
think
'em.
that's
We've all-
necessary.
We've all read them. So basically, this is a continuance from yesterday, our workshop that we had yesterday. So just for the general public, this will be part of my report. We did hear from the Community Intervention Program yesterday, about an hour and a half session going through the program. And just to cut through the chase, it's a matter of an ask for the program. There is obviously a specific need in the community, and the ask is for funding for a pilot program for the first year, until we can find out how to fund it into perpetuity, if that is what happens. So that's a very brief synopsis. If I missed anything, you guys are more than welcome to add to it. The slideshows were all available and were shown yesterday. So I think really for us, gentlemen, it's just time to make a decision one way or another, or if we need more information. So I'm going to stop and give the floor to you all.
After you all were here last night, my phone blew up. And it wasn't what you would hope. I had a lot of remarks about Access not being able to provide services the provision of services other than 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. A lot of events happen nights, weekends, and stuff like that. One person said, why don't we just use the hospital? And I don't know if the hospital's even been asked. They have ambulances. Most of the people that we deal with end up at the hospital anyway. So in looking at this and looking at our budget for next year, 2020, which we're going to be short approximately $2 million, this one-time ask is probably going to be a one-time ask. Now, I don't know if you can find funding in any other way or provide the services needed. I know that they are desperately needed. But what I don't want to create is something that's not going to be there. Because we have people out there that are in desperate need of this, and then you take that need away. It's like jerking a rug out from underneath of them. So that's where I stand. I think it can be done better and can be done with the hospital, but we don't know that. And at this point,
Would you like to address the hospital question?
We do know that. We met with the hospital and they weren't interested in participating in the program. So Marshall Goodell and I met with the hospital. They are very supportive of the program. We met with Jeanette Philippi and Rick Schrader about maybe 2 months ago.
June, maybe.
In June.
Somewhere in there.
They're supportive of the program, but they were not interested in participating because of licensure and other issues. They had concerns that if they were the ones to respond, then they would be required to bring people in regardless of the situation to the ER. We didn't get into a ton of details of the licensure, but they were pretty set on they're not going to be able to do it. And that was in response to your questions the last time that we met with you. You asked us to speak with the hospital. We scheduled it right away and had that conversation with them. I spoke with the chief nursing officer, the new emergency department interim director, and the quality director on Friday morning, and let them know that we were meeting with all of you yesterday, and they were all in support and excited about the program and said they would work with us closely on policies and procedures if it went through. So we made sure to cover our bases with our hospital partners because they will be an important piece of this if you decide to approve it, because the policies and procedures are the critical piece. So we know exactly what happens at every step of the way, you know, whether it's in the community, if they end up in an ambulance, and if they end up in the ER itself or in the hospital. So just wanted to let you know we covered those bases.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Commissioner?
I think there's quite a few more people that needs to be pulled into this deal. We got Pleasant View, we've got Lewis, we've got a lot more unincorporated. I don't know why they're not at the table, but I would like some input from everybody that's going to be involved in this deal. I believe that there's a great need for this program.
That it?
Yeah.
Good? Okay. So it really basically comes down to funding. Like I said yesterday, there's nobody that can debate anything about the need for the program, and I will be the first one to say and admit that it's probably been far overlooked for many, many years, probably 40, 50 years, that I can talk about. But again, it comes down to funding. I know that we have funds available through the ARP funding, which is it's a one-time disbursement for us that we're going to get. I actually had a conversation this morning with our grant writer, trying to figure out, how is this in the future if there is no sales tax, because that's still something in the future that we don't even know may or may not exist. Will this be successful through grant writing or whatever means of different people being able to fund it. And here again, there's no guarantees, and you guys know that, we know that. But it comes down to, what do we do? If we don't do nothing, we still are doing nothing. So the last question that well, it's not the last question, but it's a question. So when we get the help with the clinician and the EMT, and they've done their evaluation or whatever takes place within that time frame, then where do they actually get the real help that they need beyond that? Where does that go? Because we're touching them and we're helping them, giving you guys a huge break because you need to get back to doing your job as far as putting out fires or, chasing bad guys. What do we do? Where's our next step once we've got this first intervention? Where do they then go after that? And maybe that's more of a question for you.
Question for this lady here.
And I'm not putting anybody on the spot. I'm looking at the whole team. So
Well, I'm comfortable responding to that. I'm Stacy Russell. I'm the Chief Behavioral Health Officer at Access Health System. And if Access Health System is involved in this, we have peer support and case managers as well as therapists that can help do follow-up. That's what we're doing in Durango with our program there. And it's working really well. Also, the therapist that would be on board with the EMT would be able to do some street follow-up and things like that as well. So because of the way the program is designed, it naturally allows for a lot of follow-up and connectivity. We can help identify social determinants of health. Sometimes it's as easy as getting someone a tank of gas right on the spot. Other times it's more involved and we need to do some follow-up, maybe get them help to medication or other things. And so it's just a nice resource because that's something that doesn't exist now.
okay.
Yeah, and the other thing that we're finding that was actually a little bit of a surprise to us in Durango is about 13% of our referrals actually ended up linking to primary care as well. And that was something that we didn't anticipate, which is a really big benefit for people because not only do they have mental health issues, sometimes they have primary care needs, and we're able to address those within the program as well.
And we're very clear with our Durango program, it's always patient choice. So if they're linked to a primary care provider, it's their choice. It doesn't have to be an Access facility. So we'd be working really closely with Southwest Memorial as well to make sure that if those patients choose to use Southwest as a provider, Southwest Internal Medicine, or any of our other community providers, that we do everything that we can to link them into that appointment and actually help them get there. Whether it's a transportation barrier, or a reminder about the appointment itself, connecting with a trusted friend or family member to make sure they get there. Those are the kind of things that we can do to support the person in actually making it through the door. Because a lot of times someone's handed a phone number or given a referral somewhere, but they don't really know how to connect from A to B. So that's where our team can really come in and support someone, because we can't just assume that somebody knows of what we know and how we take care of ourselves. We have to give people different types of resources to help them get through the door and actually make the connection with the provider, whether that's primary care, mental health, or community resources, hand-holding into social services, or the N.M.P.M project. There's a lot of other resources that we found that people need just as much as they do mental health and physical health care.
Anything else, gentlemen?
If this program is enacted, how do you propose to fund it in the future?
So I think there's a few options. So we write a lot of grants for pilot programs, and we do a ton of evaluation, which would be a part of this program, and if they work, we go after additional grant funds, we figure them into the budget, we work with different partners, and that's something that I feel confident that we could do for this program. Funding sources are changing, and we don't know what's going to be out tomorrow. I think it's I feel confident in saying that these kind of programs are the future and we'll be able to find funding. But we don't know until we get it up and running and see what the data looks like. You know, I haven't seen, in all the research that we did, we haven't seen a program fail anywhere. And communities have figured out the way to make them happen. You know, people band together, and that's something that we have a steering committee now, but it'll have an oversight board that would involve community members. So we'll have a bunch of people looking out for the program and looking for funding and getting community support. But I can't predict what's going to be out there tomorrow. But
Yeah,
we do
I wish we could all,
Yeah.
I wish we could all
Neither
predict
can
that.
we.
So,
yeah, but I will say we have really good relationships with funders and have been able to fund some really important programs. And I think between our grant team and Rachel that we can make it happen.
You know, and I will add, I hear your concerns about Access Health System. And, you know, I said this yesterday, we're not perfect. There is a lot of complications to the mental health system that from the outside, a lot of people don't understand. And we kind of talked about that a little bit yesterday. But what I can tell you is we're committed. We're committed to helping all of our communities. We're here, we're on the steering committee. We know that we don't necessarily have a guarantee, but it's to be a part of this program, but we're dedicated to it and we want to be. And we want to continue to, you know, improve our relationship with our community members. And this is another way for us to do that. You know, we've been invited to the steering committee. We're excited about it and we're dedicated to our community. And that's my commitment to you. And hopefully that helps with some of your concerns.
If I may as well, when this thing started off, I think it was January of, it's been a long time, yeah. When I was, Cortez Fire District was invited to the table, as many organizations that aren't here today were invited at that time as well. And for one thing or another have decided, you know, to not continue with meetings, which is fine. So there are a lot of number of organizations out there that were invited that maybe haven't been able to participate or continue with participation. I did note an article last night that I read about the Denver Star program. They're increasing their team members and their coverage. They started out with 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, and they just recently, within the last couple of days, have increased the staffing levels. Their ultimate goal is to get to a 24/7 because, as we know, it's a 24/7 need. However, we can only do with what, and that's why we propose the two teams, why we can only do what we can do in a certain amount of time. And then another point that I'd like to make is we do have two success stories from cases that we were involved with at the Cortez Fire District. One that lived at a residence here in Cortez, and another person that was primarily out on the street, even though they did have a residence. This person went back and forth between a residence and the street, and both of these people are leading successful lives today. They've been through the recovery, and I know for a fact that Access was involved with both of these because I was able to make a phone call and speak with a counselor and a clinician, and we got things moving. Not that we did anything above and beyond, it was just what needed to be done. And so these two folks are leading successful lives today. I think that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
So the other, Commissioner Stevenson, talked about Pleasant View, Lewis Areola, Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. All of these other people realize that this pilot program has the potential to get started, and this could be a resource for all of them. I know that they're not here at the table and they're not part of the conversation, but do they realize that it is part of that?
Yeah, the tribe was on one, maybe two meetings with us recently, and then it's kind of fallen off. The other key to this piece is if this is approved by the county, then we're gonna have to hit the ground running tomorrow to start getting policies and procedures and guidelines. And it's a community effort. So all of these other entities will have to be at a table to discuss those procedures, whether that's with the direction of the commission or if Administrator Powers is giving us guidance on what the county wants from that. It's a county program. That's the main ask, is that the county
Correct.
will always have jurisdiction of the county and help provide this service to the community. So when we go forward, unfortunately, it's going to be a lot of meetings between now and January 1, because that's our target date. So all of those other entities will have to be involved. The hospital will have to be involved on what happens if there's an influx into their emergency room. Transport issues are always an issue. The whole idea is hopefully this team can transport where we don't take a ambulance out of service and EMTs for other trauma-related issues. There's a lot we can't do until we have a direction from the commissioners.
So the ask is twofold here, correct? Still, one is that we create a new department to basically have the guidance and the direction for the program, and then the other ask is basically for the
portion of the
fiscal
Initial first-year funding.
the funding for the pilot
From
program.
that portion.
And as far as department head or anything else, that's up to the commissioners on what they want to do, if you guys want to roll that into something else. But the county will always have jurisdiction. The county is the point behind that.
Correct.
The one other comment I was going to make is that by no means is the Cortez Fire District the only agency that can provide the EMTs. It was just one of those offerings that if nobody else wanted to, we would do that and provide the office space for them at Station 3. As Marshall Goodall stated yesterday, there will have to be RFPs and proposals made, and you know what the charge is going to be and the benefits and so on and so forth. So by no means, it was just an offering so that way we could solidify, and this has been cleared by my board of directors. And the county chiefs are aware of this. I've updated them at previous meetings that the community intervention program has been meeting and in play. And in fact, at the October meeting, I was hoping that we could have a resolution one way or the other, whether we're going to be moving forward or whether we have to go back to the drawing board. But there is knowledge of this.
So I'll probably make this my last question, and it goes back again to the fiduciary responsibility that we have to everybody out there. And I would like to see the breakdown so that, again, when we are asked if this is approved, how is this money being spent, what am I getting for it, and what is this paying for? Because I have to be able to answer that question.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think if I'm asked, I should have an intelligent answer that has documentation behind it. I haven't seen that yet, but that can be provided.
Yeah.
Of how the budget was put together on the numbers that were provided for us. Okay.
Yeah, as you mentioned, jurisdiction, along with jurisdiction comes that responsibility. And yesterday it was discussed about the health department. We had to quit putting COVID numbers in the newspaper because they didn't have time to do it over there. So I don't know where it's going to land.
Right.
And for us to create a new department means office space, probably a secretary, computers, all this stuff, which is very expensive anymore.
I think that would all be
It's all in the
laid
starter
out
costs in
within
the budget.
this, so
But that's down the road.
well, it's gonna
Yeah.
be right away. It's gonna
Yeah.
be as of January of 2022 is when the pilot program is scheduled to kick off. Still, correct?
Right.
So those are all gonna have to be in place, and I guess that's what, just like he's asking, I'd like to see that in front of me so that I can actually answer those questions to the people.
Okay.
So we can move this another week down the road, or we can make the decision today, gentlemen.
I'd like to move it down the road, but that's just me.
Have you contacted the Mountain Tribe for funding?
We've not.
Okay. Well, yesterday morning at breakfast, we had an invitation to come down to the tribal council for a meeting with them. Maybe it's time we make a trip south. So, is that,
That's
would you like to move that
Sure.
in that direction? I want a time frame on it. I don't want this to be,
I don't want it more than 2 weeks. Can we do it in a short, tough period of time?
absolutely.
People want to know too.
Their next open tribal council meeting isn't until September 15th, Rachel?
2 weeks.
Conveniently, I'm already on their agenda.
Nice.
What day is that?
It's a Wednesday.
Dang.
Shag, I'll get them an updated version of that. Maybe
Okay.
they'll pull that one up. If we're not gonna talk about it right now, let's just wait on it.
Yeah, let's wait on it. I would like to have a conversation with the tribe myself, specifically with Shaq and any of you. I think it's, the way I look at our county is we have 5 different boroughs. We have Cortez, we have Mancos, we have Dolores, we have Pleasant View, and we have the Mountain Ute tribe, and they all need to kind of be, at least, you guys are coming to us, I don't have an issue going to them, because it is critical for the entire county, not
Yeah.
just one specific borough of the county. So I would agree with Commissioner Lindsay, if we can, I would like another funding source that could be into perpetuity for this. My biggest concern as a businessman is that decisions are made on money and decisions are made.
I guess for lack
Into
of better
perpetuity.
terminology, we'd like to see a business plan.
So, and I realize that this is just a pilot program. I
Right.
understand that it's designed to see if it's gonna work. If it's not gonna work, I think it will be successful, but if it's gonna be real successful, we need to make sure that we have that funding source there. So
Perfect.
I will, you said we're already on that agenda? So can we
Yes.
push this 2 weeks down the road then to September?
Or if their agenda is the 15th, the earliest we could do it is the 21st of
Does
September.
that work still, guys? Is that, I know you're
That's
kind of
all-
under
Yeah.
It's gotta work.
okay.
I'll be gone, but you guys can handle this.
I think we know what's presented. You guys have done a good job presenting it
Yeah.
within the last, the first meeting, the second meeting, and then our work session yesterday. And again, thanks to you for doing that in our work sessions. That's what they're for, is where we have enough time to really ask all the questions. We probably didn't ask them all yesterday. And we also had time to go home and sleep
Yes.
and think about it. And trust
wasn't
me, it
much
was
sleep.
not a lot of sleep, a lot of conversations yesterday.
If you have additional questions, you can shoot them over via email and we can answer those.
Okay.
I want you to know, you have my support right now, because we got to do something.
Make a motion.
I would like to say if there,
We just need a couple more questions answered.
Sure. If you get specific questions from constituents or people, in other organizations, if you could provide, if they would like to provide their contact information, we would love to reach out to them, because I think that if there's somebody out there that doesn't know, or maybe hasn't gotten the word through their organization, the chief of their organization or whatever, I think it's important for us to know that. So if you could forward that information to us, it would be very helpful for us to be able to contact them and that organization and make sure that they're aware of what's going on. But I feel like we've
Like
done
I
it.
said, for me, being able to answer it once I have that budget in front of me, it's a lot easier, because that's the first thing I always get hit with, was how are we paying for it? So really, that's a fair question.
Oh, sure.
Everybody
No,
should be able
yeah.
to ask that question, and I should be able to answer it with the the budget in front of me to say, hey, this is why we're doing this.
Yeah.
And this is how it's gonna be funded. We all realize right now that it's a pilot program. Without funding in place next year, it could absolutely be gone.
When
Because-
Mimiaga calls you up and says how much and why, and you say, I don't know, it's not very good answer.
Well, I told you yesterday, it's better to start and fall on your face than to not start. So,
Sure.
And I don't like to fall on my face.
I don't like it either.
Fair enough.
I may trip and stumble, but I don't like to fall on my face. So, let's put it, and I promise you, you will have an absolute 100% decision made on September
21st.
without fail. That gives us time to go talk to the Mountain View tribe. I would put that on your agenda if you guys would come down there with us to talk to them.
Well, we'd have to get permission from the tribe to get all them on the agenda.
Well, we'll work on that. But we had
Okay.
an open invitation yesterday.
We did.
That was made to us at our breakfast meeting yesterday, and when I get an open invitation, I'm gonna utilize it, because I think that's what it was for. So, I will work that side of that to make sure that we can have one more conversation, and then we'll see you on September 21st.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ellen and I are here to ask for a variance.
Okay. We will allow you to move to that seat and her to that seat. Good morning, ladies. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. I guess I'm
So,
up first. Okay.
who would like to begin?
I'll begin. I'm just here to present my preliminary assessed values for 2021. Jack, do you have my spreadsheet from yesterday? Yep. So 2020 total assessed value versus 2021 assessed value, we're down about $112 million in assessed value. Meaning for county general, based on current mill levy that was set last year, that's about a $1.2 million decrease in funds for county general for next year's payable taxes. I broke it down into classifications, and everything is up except earth and stone, oil and gas, and state assessed is where we're falling behind. Kinder Morgan was down about 36% on their production from last year to this year. And that was production in 2020, which they report to us in 21. So I have tried to contact Kinder Morgan on what they're seeing their numbers being for 21 payable in 22. I just haven't gotten any return phone calls.
Don't hold your breath.
It's gonna look a lot worse.
I mean, they're really skeptical with their numbers. They don't like putting those out there because they have competition.
holding.
Yeah, it's a private holding.
I do have someone that I talked to, and I mean,
Okay.
we've got a pretty good relationship.
All right.
We've worked on the budgets, or I mean, not the budgets, but the audits and stuff together, and I feel that if he gave me a number, I would feel comfortable sharing the number. I just haven't gotten a, call back from him.
Have they given you an outlook?
A slight increase possibly, but probably not going back to what it was before.
So it's probably starting the
Dwindle.
decline that they've always talked about, and it's probably going to take them the 20 years for the decline until they're non-existent.
I don't see us
Or-
having huge decreases like this. I mean, COVID obviously had a big part to play in this decrease, the way things happened last year. I would see it just kind of gradually. I don't think it's going to keep taking huge decreases, but I
So
don't
this
see
may
it coming
be-
back.
more of a
Really, I don't.
flat line, hopefully.
Kind of getting to a plateau, but always on a decline, not on an incline. We might see little bumps, but
Not 36%.
I think we're done. I think we're done seeing the big bumps.
I hope so.
And
Well-
then,
Because that CO2, they use it in oil and gas extraction all over the United States, and it is down. a
and they
bunch.
have huge reserves, you know, I mean, they're probably not stockpiling as much as they were before stockpiling, but, you know, they do have huge reserves in Texas, so they're using that up. Another thing I do need is commissioners approved an abatement for Robert Urquhart, and I told Kim the wrong number to put on the abatement portion of it when it got signed, so I just need to have a new one signed. That's all,
Okay.
all I have.
So it's
Same
just a
exact
cleanup.
form, just the different number.
Correct numbers.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, Ms. Black.
Okay, I think you have my schedule of receipts and disbursements. Is this one? And that's the 6-month report, basically, of where we stand in all the funds. And I need to get that signed by all of you, so I have the original here, but if you have any questions about, I mean, don't ask me the whys, because that's not my department, but I just tell you what the balances are. Some of the whys I know. So any questions on that?
How many overlays did you say there were for disbursements? 42 for the taxes? I mean, that we, yeah, taxing districts. Was it
I think we have 43.
43? I knew it was 40-something, so this is a big portion of all of those. Mancos, Cortez, Dolores, Road and Bridge, Cortez Sanitation, Weed. Okay. So you want to move that forward?
Yeah, I would move that we sign the schedule of receipts and
Distribution.
distributions.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to sign the schedule of receipts and disbursements for Montezuma County, ending from January 21 to 6/30/21. All those in favor?
And this
Aye.
gets published, sorry.
Yes.
Doing some quick math, Leslie showed us what the amount to county general would be. It would be 1.2 million. It'd be another $293,000 hit to road and bridge on top of that.
So we're still looking at about the 1.5 to 1.7, which we originally projected that we were going to be.
And I've not calculated the LEA or the Department of Social Services mill levy either. We'll be in the $2 million neighborhood, countywide.
Foreclosures.
That's me. Foreclosures have been, since COVID went in, let's see, I'm trying to think. I think it was in May or June of June, I think, of 2020, they had a foreclosure moratorium. So we could not accept any foreclosures on anything that was government-related funding. So we've virtually been at a standstill with foreclosures. Of course, we had some quite a few actually, that were still in the pipe, and we had to go ahead and finish a lot of those, but we couldn't open any new. So that's been lifted, and now we're waiting to see what the influx is going to be. I'm hoping it's not too much, because I don't have the staff to handle that much, but in 2009, after the 2008 downfall in the economy, our foreclosures almost tripled. So that it's hard to,
So that year there was 109, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot of processing within that, with back and forth with attorneys and, you know, depending on which way it goes. And so we're looking to see, we know there's going to be an influx. There can't not be. There's too many people that have been affected and are on a precipice of, you know, either making good on the loan or not. So we just haven't seen it yet. We haven't started any new. So we'll see how that goes. Releases, on the other hand, have been up a lot, so that's kind of a good thing that we've processed probably half again as many as we did last year. So we're up quite a bit that way. But on a financial front too, we are also down in interest. I just did a little quick figure of our interest income for 2020 from January till August, or today, was $343,000. 2021 so far has been right at 99,000. So we're down a lot. The interest rate is what's affecting that the most because COVID just took a dive.
Is that mostly through the Collar Trust?
The Collar Trust is where we have most of it. So we have 33 million in investments. 20 of that is in Collar Trust. Actually, a little more than that. 23 total in Collar Trust. So that is a interest rate that varies all the time. They're based, you know, so it's not like a CD where we'd be getting a fixed rate. We do have investments in CDs. Some of them are still getting a decent return for what they were, but the Collar Trust did come out with a new investing tool that is not quite as liquid, not by much. It's only like a week out. So you can't just wire that money today when you need it, because this is all our reserve money. You know, it's not when we need it, I pull it out of there. So the Edge Fund does pay a higher interest rate, but that just started in July. So we did go ahead and put quite a bit of it over there, and it pays a little better interest, probably by a point above. So that's good. So we'll see a difference. I think it'll go back up as the economy changes a little, but we definitely took a hit this year. And
remember in November of last year when I suggested that you invest in needles?
yeah, somehow it's not defined by statute that I can do that, but
Chuck always wants to go outside of the statute, so
I know.
I can't say as I blame him with those interest rates.
it's basically nothing. So anything else, ladies?
I don't think so.
Nope, there's no questions.
Thank you for being out there on the front line.
You're welcome.
We appreciate you.
It's going to get interesting.
Thank you.
Did you get
All
my
right.
last page, Kim? Okay.
Next we have
Are you coming down here, Kim, or are you gonna?
our clerk and recorder. Oof, she's gonna step down.
Reinforcement.
Reinforcement, that's a good word for it. You guys know Miranda Warren, she's the election supervisor, and you know Melinda Fuller, she's the motor vehicle supervisor. They are going to give you guys kind of an overview of what's going on in the office.
You mean you don't know?
I do, but they want to tell you. Who wants to start?
I'll go. I just printed out some reports for the months of May 1st to June 30th, 2019, 2020, and 2021, but that's not it, so let me get that one.
It's the other one, Jack.
I did also do,
Whoops.
you
Completely
can
wrong.
stay there, Shaq, I'll do that one first.
I got it.
There.
Okay. And this just kind of shows a breakdown of what kind of transactions we're doing, and what fees are being charged, stuff like that.
You wanted to show something on that. The out-of-state titles, I believe.
Yeah, that's the other one.
Oh, okay.
And then I wanted to show how many people are moving in to our county. It's crazy. We are doing, like, I know Sheriff Nallen has mentioned how many VIN verifications just his office is doing. This is from the beginning of the year till August 17th when I printed this report. We had 8,720 out-of-state titles, and all of them require a VIN inspection. I would say probably 75% of the out-of-state transfers, dealers are going to do those because they're buying cars out of state. Yeah, so they're providing a VIN inspection, but, you know, the rest of them and all of the title and suspense are done by law enforcement. That's when people use their registration instead of a title, their out-of-state registration, so they require a VIN verification also.
So are these cars actually, no, they're not. They're bought out of state and brought in, and then titles changed? Not necessarily sold?
Correct. And it doesn't all mean dealers either, because, you know, individuals will go out of state and purchase a vehicle too, but, yeah.
A lot of this is probably due to the fact that you can't buy a new vehicle, would be my guess.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
A lot of this is probably due to the fact that you can't buy a new vehicle so everybody's going out and buying these used vehicles and.
I think our stimulus checks have helped as far as used purchases, or we have been very busy.
Yeah, and then, yeah, the shortage in new vehicles hasn't really, it's only been about 3 months, I think, 3 or 4 months, unless time flies faster, which it usually does than you think. And then on the other, does anyone have any questions about this one?
No, that's a lot.
Yeah.
8720?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Okay.
And that's just out of state, that's not Colorado titles. So on the top of this report, the top little box that says Montezuma County, Cortez, that's in-office transactions. And then the e-services, that's internet transactions or online. So we are definitely, and I think it was higher in 2020, obviously because of COVID. And then it's still high this year. People are going on there a lot more to renew their registration. That's pretty much. And this is just to show a comparison of what we've done over the 3 years total.
So we went down to 7842 in Montezuma, Cortez.
So basically, this is just a 1-month period in each of those years. It's from May to June in 2019, 2020, and 2021.
Yeah, I'm not sure why in 21 we actually went down a little bit.
Yeah, it's a decrease of 700.
I could answer that.
Okay.
We were replacing your floors.
Oh.
And you were closed.
Very good, yeah. Thanks, Jack.
That's a good possibility.
They were open at night.
But they all came back the next week.
Oh, boy. They came back in a hurry, huh?
Okay.
Picked up the phone.
Do you have any questions on that?
Nope.
And then I didn't send this over, but I just wanted to, I printed a report on sales tax collected. And for the same time frame in June of 2020, our office collected a total of $193,769 in sales tax, Cortez sales tax, state sales tax, and special district taxes.
And of course, you collected how much for the county?
For the special district?
For sales tax?
None. County doesn't have a sales tax.
Keep trying to tell people that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So
So I had attached a few reports. It just kind of shows what numbers change when I do a bunch of updates. I did a end of the year for 2019 and 2020, as you can see, for active voters of how much we jump when we have a major election. So of course last year was a big one. We got 3,526 new registered voters. Just in the month of October 2020, 385 people registered to vote. That was either they were inactive and became reactive, or we had new people move into our county. We get those updates a lot through CDOR, which is when somebody goes and gets a driver's license, either moving from a different state or just updating it. They automatically register people to vote now. We have no control over that. It's just how it has to be, I guess. And what happens is when we do that update, we send a letter that says you are now automatically registered, and you can either accept this or deny it. And what happens is I have to send a pre-stamped envelope in with that letter, so they have to mail it back. So of course it costs, because now that postage went up. So it's 53 cents to mail that letter, but I also have to send a pre-stamped 53-cent envelope in with that letter. We don't get a lot of that back, but we are required to do so. When it's actually close to elections, we get a lot of traffic in, and thankfully with motor vehicle, they help register people. I've gone over the steps of, what we have to have on each form. That helps with our traffic. But that blocks up, I guess, their traffic as well, because there'll be people in line just needing elections. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
You're fine.
But mostly, I guess, the biggest thing that we do, especially after an election, is we have to scan in either undeliverable ballot envelopes or people's envelopes that were signed. Every single registered voter. So we're not required to scan in undeliverable, but it's nice to have, because when we get somebody upset saying, I didn't receive my ballot, I want to know why. We have that proof from the postage that shows, it was sent back to us undeliverable. Either we have no control if they physically messed up, or if it truly was, they just didn't come in and update their address or something. But on my overview, I think it's the next one, it shows kind of the numbers down towards, right there. How many we had just last year for the presidential. Undeliverable, we had 441. Accepted, we had 15,551. And then we have cured forms, which when we get a ballot back and either my election judges don't like the signature, because we have to verify to make sure it's actually physically somebody who is sending in that ballot, or if they just didn't sign it, which happened a lot last year because people didn't want their signature going through the mail. But a ballot cannot be accepted unless it is signed by that voter. So what happens is we reject it and we send out a letter to that voter letting them know that, either one, it wasn't signed, or two, the signature was not accepted because we didn't like it. Not we, but my election judges. And they actually have 8 days after election to get that back to us. So they have plenty of time to get that ballot cured. So after
Do they typically come back in and do that?
we have quite a bit. It's gotten to where a lot of people will go online to check to see if their ballot is accepted, and if not, then they'll call us right away, or they'll come in and ask what they can do. Especially last year, it was really, we got a lot more of those back. Prior to, there'd be times where nobody would come in to cure it. And we send them either that day or that next day. That letter goes out to that voter if it was accepted, rejected.
Okay.
But after the election, that's when a lot of the work happens, because we have to scan in all those forms that we received back, all of the undeliverable envelope images, and all the signed images. And so we handle it that one ballot gets touched quite often. Because when we get it back, we get it stamped to receive it. Then I go through, or Lynn or Melinda, she helps a lot with accepting them into our batches. And then our judges go through. So it gets handled quite often. I don't know if you have anything else.
Are you done?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Kim's pretty much kind of told us, but how much more work is going to be on you guys with this redistrict, if the redistricting goes through as it is?
A lot.
So let me ask a more pointed question, because it was actually brought up last night in another meeting. And I'm a numbers guy, so I'm wanting to know cost. What is the cost of it that's going to cost Montezuma County for what we are going to have to do with the ballots, sending out more ballots? Obviously, we're throwing away 53 cents on every stamped self-returned envelope that gets discarded in the mail.
Yeah.
So there is a cost to that, but what is it? I mean, an anticipated cost. Do we have a number yet of what you guys think? I mean,
For the
last night-
redistricting?
Yeah.
Well, until we actually have a map that tells me which
For
areas
sure.
are actually going to be involved, and basically our addition of cost is going to be the ballot styles, like I've mentioned to you gentlemen in the past, and it's going to depend on where those lines are as to whether we're going to be required to send out 2 different ballot styles for those 2 different districts. So until that, but I mean, we're going to be sending out the same number of ballots that we always send out, but we're going to be getting charged printing fees for 2 different styles.
Right, 2 different ballots.
Right.
So the mailing is going to be the same, but it's the printing of this half of the ballot and this half, because one's going to have more, one's going to have less.
Right,
And the prepping and the proofing of the ballots to start with.
right.
So I would like to have a cost, and I know you
Okay.
can't give it to me right now, but as soon as you can, an actual real cost of what it's going to cost the county if that split.
Happens.
And I
Okay.
know, until we have, the lines delineated specifically, we can't really have it, but get a general idea.
Like I mentioned to you at the meeting last night, I think the biggest portion is the magnitude of this project and how long it's going to take us to process all this. Because like I mentioned last night, it's literally going to affect all 11 of our precincts in some way. So each one of our precincts and each one of our address ranges are going to be required to be reviewed to make sure that we have the proper districts and the proper splits in each one of those address ranges. So, and it'll be a one-on-one project for.
Right, and given those special districts, which I'm looking at kind of one of them back there, hospital and fire, those districts are split in half, so now they're going to have to separate their ballots.
Well,
No, I take that back. They may not have to.
It- yeah.
They wouldn't have to.
the hospital district, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, some of our districts are countywide.
Right.
Like the hospital district is countywide, the mosquito district is countywide, the commissioner districts is countywide, but you have different districts
Right.
for that. But none of that
misspoke,
part is
sorry.
going to change. The only thing that's going to change is if part of the hospital district is in District 52 and part of the hospital district is in District 53, which it will be, we're going to have 2 ballot styles, which is going to increase the price of the election.
Right. Well, even, you were working with the city of Cortez. Will that affect their ballots?
Yes, it will. It's probably going to affect every major district that we have, even the school districts, because you're going to have part of Dolores School District in District 52 and part of Dolores School District in District 53. So it's going to affect all of the, and those costs will be passed on to the entities whenever they participate with the elections. So, any
Okay.
other questions on that? So let's talk, do you have something else you want to add?
I don't.
Get ready to get real busy and work twice as
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah.
Let's talk about handling those ballots. I sent you guys, well, first of all, on my report, I wanted to report to you on the digitization project. I did get an update. We are about 50% of the way through stage 2. We expect to have stage 2 and 3 complete around the year end, and then they will start working on the full indexing. It's when they do the full indexing that we'll have everything within our system, so that people can look it up on the computer.
How far away is that?
End of the year is for stage 2, and then starts stage 3. So I'm guessing by the middle of next year, we should be complete.
100%.
Yeah.
Wow.
That means that within my budget, we will probably have to carry over some of that budget to next year to cover whatever's not completed this year.
Okay.
For that grant fund. Okay, so as you guys can see, I sent this to you. This is the Agilis Duo. I've been talking to you guys about it for a couple years. Basically, Runbeck has this machine, and they have two sizes. They have a size that's extra large for large counties like Denver County and that such, and this is a tabletop Agilis Duo for smaller counties such as us. As I talked to you guys before, we started out with our quote at $55,000, then it went up to $60,000. Now we're back down to $57,500 is where we're at with that. When I talked to you guys about this, you guys suggested that I get some other quotes or some other bids. The reason that I only have the Agilis Dual to present to you is because this machine is already programmed to accept the programs that we currently have within our systems. Any other person that I talk to would have to develop that programming, and they only sell larger machines. So that's where we are with that. So this software works with our current programming. The others would have to develop the programming, and then it would be more expensive because they had to develop it. Right now, the total funds that I have available for this are $65,000. As I told you, the purchase price is $57,500. The installation and training is $3,000. We are required to cover the shipping costs. I currently have, I think, about $8,000 left in my postage fund in elections. We do have an election coming up. It usually is about $5,000 to mail out ballots, so that would leave me about $3,000 to cover any kind of postage. And right now, what I'm looking for is $60,500 to actually purchase the Agilis Duo. It does have a yearly license fee of $10,000. I had that approved in the budget last year for $8,000, which is what they discussed. I'm not going to be using that $8,000 this year because it's included into the price of it, but I would need that for next year if we went this way.
Can we just rent it?
I think that would be even more expensive. So Runbeck I've talked with Runbeck, and they have told me that if we move on this, we could actually be able to use this machine for this November election. They could get it to us and get it set up and get us trained and everything for this election.
So they already have their microchips.
Yeah. I don't know. But like I say, we've been working on this for a couple years. They've been kind of working with me, trying to wedge me into this. Not wedge me, but I mean, it's something I think is a really good idea. When she was talking about handling those ballots 3 different times, this is going to take care of at least 2.
So what it does is when we receive a ballot, typically we have to hand stamp every one. But this will stamp them, so it shows what date we actually physically got that ballot into our office. Scan it, so it'll tell my system we've accepted this, or what it does is it'll say if this ballot is undeliverable, it'll say it's been undeliverable, and it will actually snip the signature for each voter. So I'm not having to physically do it 3 different times.
So it reduces the workload, takes out
a huge majority, and over time, and actually helps with judge pay as well. It'll cut down on that as well.
It doesn't open the ballot.
No.
And nobody touches the ballot or anything
No,
like that
it
in this
just
process.
scans it in and says it was
Yeah.
received on this day, either it was accepted or rejected, and then it snips the signature. Because right now what I'm using is just like a normal like scanner you guys all
Hand
probably
scanner.
have. I have to physically put in each
So you
envelope
have
by itself.
$65,000 available within your budget currently right now, and you're asking for 60,500.
60,500.
And this, so basically, you're sole sourcing this just due to the size of it.
To the size of it and to the programming. This machine is already built to work with the programming that we currently have with our other machines, which is our ballot on demand machine and the state score programming. So it's already intertwined or connected, not connected, but it already works with what we already have.
So the RFP,
So I
guess-
was looking at your procurement, and it does meet a couple exemptions on 1.4. It says, continuation of professional services contracted in the previous 5 years wherein the new work is continuation of work previously completed, and the success of the project is predicated upon the contractor using data and materials said professional developed during an earlier phase. I don't know if that works, but that's what I was looking at.
Okay. Shaq, did you look at this? Is there anything out of that policy that would,
I don't think that there's any problems if it's a sole source. I don't think there's any problems with compliance with the procurement policy.
can we, I know you have it in your budget, and I'm on board with it, but just to make sure that we're consistent with the procurement policy across the board for all other departments, do you guys want to, can we have a week?
Yeah.
Are you okay with that, Kim?
With what?
A week?
Yeah, sure.
Because it is a sole source, so I want to make sure that I check that policy too.
Okay. I have already given the contract to Ian. He's reviewed the contract, and he's given us the okay on the contract.
Okay.
So, but you guys won't be presenting you won't have a meeting next week, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, we're here.
They do have a meeting. They don't have a meeting on Monday.
Oh, okay,
No
okay.
workshop.
But it doesn't, we can make the decision on Tuesday then. Just gives us one more week to look at that through that
Okay.
policy. If that doesn't kill you time-wise.
No, I can tell them.
Are you guys okay with that, or do you
Yeah.
want to move it now?
No, that's fine.
So Shaq, you need to list that under unfinished business, please.
Yes, sir.
And that's all I have.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay. All right, thank
Thank
you
you,
guys.
ladies.
Thank
Gals.
Thank you, ladies.
All right, next up we have Southwest Memorial Hospital. Ladies and gentlemen. Jeanette, Rick, and one other person. Mary Ann. Miss Tennessee. I remember that, right? No? Actually, I was getting ready to take a trip to Tennessee, so that's why I remembered it. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good to see
Thanks
you
for
all.
having us back.
You bet. What do you have for us?
Well, we're going to give you an update of where we're at. I'll do a little, and Mary Ann will do some more and get you updated, and then Rick will finish off with some really exciting financials that will keep you awake and stimulate you. So, what? All right, next slide.
It's too far.
Whoops, too far. There we go. What we're currently working at now, there's through CHC, Community Hospital Corporation, still an ongoing search for a permanent placement for the CNO practice administrator as well as the CEO search. It's well underway. Probably our first position that we will fill and hopefully have it filled within the next month and a half would be for the CNO. And then the practice administrator and the CEO positions, then they'll be sending candidates for those as well. The school, just to let you know what we've been doing with the schools as it's gotten underway, as we now have placed athletic trainers at all of the county high schools, and then working with, we had clinics to do the sports physicals, And we did over 200 sports physicals between the school-based clinic and our Mancus clinic. So that was a good way to kick off the school year. And we'll continue to be serving through the year all the students as well and faculty and staff at our school-based clinic. Senator Hickenlooper's staff recently visited us, Helen Katich. She was here and we had an opportunity to talk about some of our accomplishments at the hospital as well as request support for some of the challenges that we'll see for rural health care, and we will get them, I'll let you know what those are when we get to the legislative part on the next slide. Montezuma County, we want to thank all of you for your support. We were able to get the storage unit, so we're able to store the emergency management and the COVID equipment supplies, and we can't thank you enough for working with us on that. Since we were losing our storage, it's been very helpful. Thank you. Legislatively, update that where when Hickenlooper is here, we are asking for federal support for rural hospitals, especially on infrastructure. There's a bill that's floating around. It's similar to the 1946 bill, the Hill-Burton Act, where many of the rural hospitals were built from that bill going forward. There's another one that's floating around that would be kind of like that, but what would they be looking at is these older hospitals and money going into infrastructure, which would be extremely helpful as we're looking at boilers and generators as they age, and sometimes the money that you're using, you may put it towards updating medical equipment, where you really need to be looking at plumbing and infrastructure and HVAC as you go as well. The other thing we are pushing against is sequestration for rural hospitals. That came with the budget sequestration, which began in March of 2013. There was some relief from the CARES Act, and it suspended that sequestration, and there's been multiple amendments to that to consider to continue to put that one on hold. However, that suspension period, there's a good chance it is going to end at the end of the year, and what we're advocating for is a permanent suspension of the sequestration for rural and critical access hospitals. For us, that is a 2%. Sequestration ended up being a 2% reduction in reimbursement for all of our Medicare reimbursements. And if you look at just nationally what happened in 2013 forward, when they came in with that 2%, it's when you saw a lot of the influx of hospital closures. We are certainly not at risk for that, but financially it makes it a lot more difficult because we're not able to absorb that 2% where some of the larger metropolitan hospitals are. So certainly for rural and critical access, it's important to us that they continue to make that suspension for us. Another bill that is floating around there is it's an energy benchmarking regulations, and it's for all commercial buildings. There is no exemption for hospitals on that, and there is some push through the hospital associations to exclude all hospitals from an energy benchmarking regulation. We tend to use a lot more energy than another building. It's based on square footage. We could have a similar square footage at a commercial building. However, a commercial building isn't necessarily going to have CAT scans and MRIs and large pieces of equipment that use a lot of energy. So all hospitals are really pushing to make sure that we are exempt from that bill should it go through. Another push we've got is for the 1135 waiver on the extension that ensures that it's the capacity where it keeps critical access hospitals where we have to keep our bed size at 25, as well as what it is doing with telemedicine and being able to bill for that. And that is supposed to end at the end of the year. We would like to see that extended or done away with so that we can continue to do telehealth, especially telepsych within a rural health clinic, which after the first of the year, we wouldn't be able to do that if some of those extensions aren't continue to be made that were allowed during the CARES Act. So hopefully we will see some movement on there. We're not sure. We'll wait and see. As an update for what happened on the state level yesterday, there was an emergency rulemaking. It passed 6-1 in favor of mandatory vaccinations at all healthcare facilities. So it is going to affect the hospitals, every hospital in Colorado, as well as every nursing home, skilled nursing facility, doctor's office, anybody that is supported under CDPHE and they made that effective immediately. The final rule will not be until October. However, we are scrambling then today to make sure we need to put together a policy and procedure. We've got very little time to put that together. With any exemptions we might have, they're requiring 100% vaccination for all employees that are in the hospitals. There are some exemptions to do that. In order to do that, we're going to have to ask for a waiver, and we will have some. There's medical exemptions, there's religious exemptions, and our policy isn't done yet. Like I said, I think the conference call ended about 7:30 or so last night. A lot of public comment. There were probably over 1,000 people on that conference call during the meeting. So we will be rolling that out. More to come. I've spoken with the nursing home, and she's working on plans as well, or we may look and make sure we've got similar for our employees. So that will be effective, but that's effective immediately. We have until first shots have to be in arms by the end of September. The second shot needs to be in by the end of October. And at that point, we have to begin reporting and explaining why if we are not at 100% vaccination. So.
And that was a ruling made last night, 6-1 vote?
Yes.
That that's going to be mandated.
Yes, and
what
it
are you
was.
going to do if they don't have a religious? I mean, we have a community that has a lot of religious belief against it. I don't know how many work at the hospital, or if any. But how are we going to really address that in a rural community?
With the vaccinations, we will be.
And what if they decide to take Jensen?
Excuse me?
So what if they use Jensen? It's only one shot, correct?
Johnson & Johnson is only one shot, yes.
So-
So then it would just need to be by the end of September. Probably with the one shot, they might give us until the end of October, but we'd have to explain why that would be. So first shot would have to be by the end of September. Then if you did a Johnson & Johnson, you wouldn't need the second shot.
Are you at risk of losing any staff over this, do you think?
I think everybody across the state is at risk of losing staff.
I know several that they're
San
going
Juan
to lose
lost
that have
some.
been.
Excuse me?
San Juan Regional lost some.
Mm-hmm. We're all at risk. You know, if it being statewide, you're less at risk of having employees move from hospital to hospital depending on who rolled it out.
Yeah,
who
but we
didn't roll it
border
out.
3 other states.
Right. New Mexico has already, they already have mandates, so we're not as concerned. They've already done vaccinations there. And then Utah, that we don't really have anybody as close to us in where we go. But where we usually transfer patients to is either, you know, if they do go to Grand Junction or on into Denver, they'll be under the same regulations we are with staff. How this rolls out, we're not sure. I think we're at risk of losing staff. That's why on our policy we will roll it out based on what the state has mandated, at the same time trying to make sure that what we put in there is some compassion for our employees. We don't want them to go anywhere. But there are 2 exemptions. We just need to be careful on how those are written so that, and we're going to try very hard to meet our staff's needs and be able to keep them as well as meet the intent of the state so that we're not sanctioned. So it's a hard place to be in. You need to keep your hospital open at the same time you've got state mandates that you'll need to follow as well.
Well, it's an unconstitutional mandate to start with, so it's going to have some long-term effects.
I think we will see long-term. And I think that's something that will be certainly fought, you know, in the courts or legislatively on what we're doing. But until then, I guess my feeling on it is we need a hospital, we need a strong hospital, and that's the mandate we're under right now. So we will do what we can. And like I said, our policy, try to make sure that we have built compassion into it as much as we can for our employees. We don't want to lose anybody.
Quick question before you go
Yes.
further. Stir out there of a national nurses strike over this?
I have not heard of one, no.
I pick up on that yesterday.
Okay.
I think
And-
there are pockets across the United States of particular hospitals I've heard Anecdotally, that hospital in Tennessee, some of the nurses actually walked out.
Yeah.
So, I think their reason for walking out was because of short staffing and just, no relief in sight. So I think that coupled with these vaccine mandates will have a huge impact.
And then patient transfers in from states that don't require vaccinations. How are you guys going to handle that?
Well, patients are not under
I
mandatory
mean,
vaccination.
the crew that brings them in.
The crew that brings them in.
Air flight, ambulance.
Right. It depends on the contract that we have with them and whether or not we'd be able to use them. According to the emergency legislation, and when they vote on it, I'm sure there'll be some changes. The reading of it right now, in fact, I brought you a copy of the latest, so I thought that might be helpful instead of having to dig it up on where it was in, and I brought you one for that. The way I read it is that if you have a contract with the hospital, then any contractors that work for or within the hospital, vaccinations will be required. So that would be EMS is going to be affected when they come in. For instance, for us, CHC is the management company, and that's in Texas. Well, if we have any of at this point, they're having to look at that as well, because anybody that comes in to visit from the corporate office, they will need to be vaccinated as well if they're not. They'll be under the same requirements, and we'll have to track that.
Thank you.
All right, anything else on that? There'll be more to come. I'm sure you'll hear more about it. But
yeah, and as we get information, we'll email it to Shaq.
But
he can disseminate it.
Trust and know we're going to do our very best to make sure that we follow the guidelines within the restrictions and still take care of our hospital and our community at the same time. And we'll just see how that pans out. But we'll certainly have some conflict with that. We expect it. The last thing that I have on my list, then I'll turn it over to Mary Ann, is we did tighten our visitor restrictions because of the influx and with the Delta variant. We were really looking at trying to keep our patients and our staff healthy. So we have gone back to some of the original restrictions we had, which is 1 visitor per patient, whether it's on the inpatient or surgery or on our outpatient. Inpatient visitation is restricted from 12 to 8, and the visitor or companion that comes with the patient must be masked at all times, and they need to be free from any signs or symptoms of any kind of illness, and also have their temperature checked. If they're not able to meet those, then they wouldn't be allowed to come into the hospital. So that's where we're at.
Great. Thank you. Just wanted to give a few updates on, next slide, please. On the COVID-19 testing, we have ramped that up. There's a lot of information here, so I'm just going to hit the highlights. Our drive-through testing at the EMS building, that is open Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Our walk-in clinic, 7 days per week, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., and Saturday and Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then as patients come through, the patient access registrar will provide a registration link for the results to be obtained. Starting back on Monday, August 23rd, we started really asking all of our visitors and our employees to do self-checks at the entranceway. So they're doing a temperature check and really symptom evaluation, and then the green stickers that you see really represent that we've had our temperature checked. And if your temperature is within normal range, we do that twice a shift. So when we come into the building and then midway through the shift. And this is our just visual indicator that our staff and visitors are in compliance with that. You can see a little bit further down that testing statistics, we're still seeing 100% of our testing to be positive for the Delta variant. I think at this point, we're just waiting to see what additional variants come our way. As you look over the history of the last year and a half or so, we've seen several variants that really start presenting themselves. So at this point, we're 100% seeing that Delta variant. The next slide, from a vaccine update, those, the Johnson & Johnson, so that's the one vaccine, that booster is expected to be released in later this fall or early winter. And then currently we are offering the booster vaccines for our immunocompromised patients in the outpatient pharmacy. The general population COVID boosters, those will start September 20th for both Pfizer and Moderna. And the recommendation is that that booster dose be 8 months after the second dose. And we'll be monitoring that as as we're providing those boosters. We are looking to open clinic 1 day a week for mass vaccination, and we continue to maintain the outpatient pharmacy, and really providing at this point about 100 to 200 vaccines a week. Also, we're looking to assist with vaccination for our long-term care facilities, and that is similar to what occurred last December. We had vaccine SWAT teams that went to the facilities to provide those vaccinations, and that will start sometime after September 20th. And we also have our EMS team members. They are available to provide at-home vaccines for homebound patients as well. And there is we're getting ready to come upon our normal flu season. And there's been a lot of research around that. The recommendation at this point is that you can receive your flu vaccine and COVID vaccine at the same time. It is recommended that those be given in each arm. So if there is a reaction, you would know exactly which vaccine caused the reaction. And currently, just a little information, our current staff vaccination rate, we're at 70.5% for fully vaccinated staff members, employees. And that's my update.
Now the real exciting stuff, right? Who's going to win the Super Bowl this year? I think Tampa's got a real good shot at it. I agree with you, Rick. All right, thank you. Good report.
Let's talk college ball. That's a little more exciting.
At least we're not talking high school ball.
Are we talking D1 or D2?
Oh, no. When we're talking Mancos, high school football is exciting.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rick. When you said that you were going to have exciting things for us, I thought that's what we were talking about.
How do you ever bet against the Broncos, though? How does that work?
It's easy.
When it comes to betting for the Super Bowl, I would always bet wherever Tom Brady is at. And if it's Tampa, I would always bet for him. Sorry.
Does that bet account for inflation?
No, that's deflation.
All right, Rick, sorry.
So, not a lot of exciting stuff to report. It's hard to follow Shaq. So again, we had a very strong July. As you guys know, we borrowed about $5.5 million from the Medicare advance funding in April of 2020. Through July, we paid back about $950,000, so we have a balance slightly over 4.6. We think that'll be paid back by the end of July in 2022. And how we kind of gathered that is they withhold about 25% of our remittance advices. So if we get $20,000, they're going to hold. Kim told me I was loud and didn't need one.
It's not for us, it's for the
I gotcha.
people out there that are watching.
Got it. So, and I think they know I'm probably loud too. So when you look at things, they'll withhold, like I said, on a $20,000, we'll get $15,000, and $5,000 will go against our debt, and we get paid by Medicare on a daily basis. you know, our fixed assets, we are adding new assets to our facility. We just completed a sleep lab renovation as well as a new angioflora room. And we've also added anesthesia boxes, which aren't that interesting, but they're needed, as well as med dispense type boxes through Cerner. From a financial standpoint, again, we had 3 payrolls in July, so our payroll liabilities decreased about $700,000. We have filed some Medicare, we filed our 2020 Medicare cost report. That was incredibly positive. We have been conserving cash. We finished July at about 80.5 days. As you guys know, that one of the biggest covenant busts for us was days cash on hand. So we have things in place to get back to about 84 days cash on hand with paying Medicare back by the end of December. And we also have a 3rd payroll in December. Our revenue over expense or profit was $41,000. Year to date, it's still an operating loss of about $558,000, but our earnings before interest, depreciation, and amortization in July was $564,000. So year to date, EBITDA improved to $3 million. What does that tell you and tell the banks? The banks want to see 1.5 times their debt service coverage. Debt service coverage is a little over 3.6. So if we come in about 5.45, which that's what we're anticipating for this year, we'll be in strong shape, especially coming out of the COVID, stuff that we've been in since 20. Income statement, again, we're seeing a lot of volumes in addition to COVID. People are still going through with the surgeries and day-to-day lives. We've seen new providers in the county that we're seeing a lot of patients. So we're taking care of a lot of our folks and trying to get back to as normal a situation as we possibly can. On the next couple of pages, that's where we have our income statement and balance sheet. And I want to point out to Mr. Powers that our balance sheet does balance. So just kind of marking that out for him. When you guys are talking about sales tax collections, and I was paying attention, a lot of the sales tax we've seen has covered probably 60% of the debt payment. So that's a little schedule in here for you guys. So more sales tax generated, the less is paid out of operations, and we kind of can put back into equipment and other type of funding projects. We do have a couple of ratios tabs. The biggest one is hitting our debt covenants. That's about 3 slides back, Kim. There you go. And basically, these are the things that we monitor, and we have meetings with the banks. We do submit our reports to Conrad Freeman at Vector Zions, who kind of is the debt trustee. So work through that. And then we just have a statement of cash flows that shows what we spent and what we took in and where we spent it. So didn't know if you guys had any questions. Want to add one thing. With the 2% sequestration, if that's in effect, we get paid 99% of our Medicare costs. And a cost report is done, percentage, if 40% of our patients are Medicare, we get 99% of our costs. Without the sequestration being in effect, we would get 101% of our cost. So, and this was done as a balanced budget amendment in 2013, just to kind of add some clarity.
Question? I actually have an unrelated question, and you two ladies are probably not going to be, you weren't part of the conversation, but Rick, I think you were in 2019 when I first started up here. I actually got a call from a county commissioner yesterday. And there was a conversation going around about, I think we had a couple meetings about Peak or the Southwest.
Yeah, there was
Health
it was
Alliance
it
or
was
something
it was
like
the
that?
Peak Health Alliance.
Or
yeah.
Where did we ever end up? And then COVID hit, and then everything just kind of disappeared and went away.
Yeah, Peak's still around. They're part of the Bright Health Network. We have been reaching out to the county and things about working to either direct contracting. So, I mean, our brokers, the brokers for the hospital are also brokers for the school board as well as the youth tribe and so forth. So we have looked at a lot of things when we've had our chamber or our meeting that we had in the city council hall. Our charges are about 2 to 2.3 times Medicare. We have posted our charge master. We're not like some other facilities that may be 5 or 6 times. So we operate with a fairly significant discount plan. So we are trying to pass on those savings to employers. We have not done anything with peak. We do see peak patients at our hospital, and they're basically we're paid out of network. One of the things that we asked for our friends at Peak, which is the Bright Health Network, is that they list us as a tier 1. So anything that can be done here in Montezuma County is done here. And if anything that can't be done should be paid at tier 1, whether they go to Grand Junction, Durango, Farmington, wherever. But that was our intent in negotiating with Peak, and Peak said that they could not meet that request from us. So we've had a couple of discussions, and that's probably our falling on the sword point with Peak. We're happy to direct contract with any businesses. We're happy to look at how to do savings plans. We've also increased our amount of providers in the area for primary care, surgery, orthopedics, and things like that, to where, like you guys say, shop Montezuma County first. So that's pretty much our stance on that.
Okay. So you still have the conversations with them. It's just a matter of you.
It's basic. We have one big issue, and until they can fix that issue, then we're still going to be at an impasse.
Okay.
And without tipping too much of our hand here, you guys are currently dealing with Jake Zender on our behalf through Benefits Health Advisor.
And that is our broker as well. Yes, sir.
Yep. So we're already under negotiations for that.
Okay. Very good. And I bring that up just because when
Sure.
she jogged my memory yesterday, I'm like, gosh, that was a long time ago. That was pre-COVID. That was,
yes, sir. I think they started talking to the county and other employers probably in November, December of 19, and showed up at SHS in January.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Like I said, unrelated to the
Sure.
extremely, interesting numbers you just gave us, but I just thought I'd ask.
I didn't see anybody yawn or doze off, so I appreciate your tolerance of my my dry spiel.
All right.
It was exciting for me.
Thank you.
Yes.
We have a question. We're right in the middle of the deliberations to start a community intervention program. Have you guys?
Yes, sir.
You guys know of this? Interested in it? Not interested in it? What's going on?
And yeah, I think we've had some discussions with Haley. I think we've had some discussions with the Mancus
Marshall.
City Marshal. Yeah. So our take is this: we're happy if unless you want to answer this, we're happy to participate. We just don't want to manage it. I mean that's probably the big deal. Our EMS team, our paramedics are going to respond. I mean, already we kind of respond now with a lot of folks receiving medical clearances through the emergency department and things like that. So we're gonna respond. We're not real sure how to manage it.
And it's probably when I met with them, I think part of the ask was that not only would manage it, but we put it on the hospital campus. And with where we are and regulatory concerns as well as EMTALA concerns, it's not in the best interest, I think, of anyone to have it on hospital campus. Now, participating, yes, and have a representative, and of course our EMS team will respond and help as they've always done. But the part where we weren't able to give a yes to on that was to manage it and put it on the hospital campus.
Yes, Jim, if I could kind of elaborate a little bit more.
Sure.
We're in the process of, we did obtain a grant for an ambulance, so we're purchasing an ambulance to kind of expand the bandwidth. We have a couple of trucks that are over 9 years old. So one of our goals is that, the other thing is we're also looking at potentially procuring a vehicle that can make non-medical transports to whatever facilities that they need to go to. So we don't take an ambulance out of the county service for the square miles and things like that. So we're looking at some potential vehicles that we can kind of expand our EMT fleet if a transfer is required to get the patient where he or she needs the care.
Because one of the issues we face is for transport, if you need to go to Denver, or you need to go to the Springs to do that, and we need to keep our truck here for emergencies, and it is for transport, and there is no transport available, and it's not funded. So it comes out of hospital operations when we do that, and to order a transport to take a patient, it would cost the hospital anywhere between $5,000 and $11,000 per trip, and that's for one patient to go. And if you have, and there are occasions, we've got some that need a transport more than once, or they'll be more cyclical in nature, that $5,000 to $11,000 starts to add up. So what we've been working on is if we have a truck in the works, if we can do something else with transport and what we can do with our crew, we certainly would come out ahead, because in order to do transports, there is no reimbursement. That's something that we need to figure out how to cover the cost, and it's a community service, essentially.
As a clarification point, it's probably a little bit over 2,000 if we do it internally. If we outsource it, it's $5,000 to $11,000.
So I'm gonna combine two things here just out of curiosity. Speaking of transports and EMTs that are doing transports, will the ruling from CDPHE last night, will that affect like the volunteer firefighters that are transporting to a meet-out for your ambulance or for
I don't
bringing
think they
people
do
to
any
you?
transport.
I don't think. In the ruling they have here, is one reason why I brought it, so you'd see who all is affected by the ruling. There is a table in here that lists, and who is affected by this would be acute treatment units, which may or may not, it depends if they fall under licensing under CDPHE, then they would be. Ambulatory surgical centers, assisted living residences, behavioral health entities, birth centers, community mental health centers, community clinics, community integrated healthcare services agencies, dialysis treatment clinics, home care agencies, home care placement agencies, hospice, hospitals, facilities for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and nursing homes. So if you are under the auspices of CDPHE for licensing and your healthcare, then you'll fall under the same guidelines.
And like I said, this is the proposal. The final rule hadn't come out, but we'll send you guys updates as we get them.
So the licensing issue, that's kind of what you were talking about to Haley. That's the licensing issue that you guys were dealing with for the
not having it
CIP
on site?
program. Yeah.
On site, where it would affect us on licensing is having a department, if it had anything with behavioral health, we're not licensed as a behavioral health entity, and we need to apply for a whole new license in order to have that. To be any kind of behavioral health that would be on campus. The other issue we have is that if you've got...
But they're brought in, whether it's non-emergency transport or transport right now, they're still brought into the facility. Correct? So
not always,
whether the
but they can be.
EMTs, whether it's your EMTs or fire department EMTs, when they're transported, either emergent or non-emergent, they're still brought into the facility. So how does that affect the licensing? I guess I'm
well,
unclear.
if we've got it housed on campus and we have a unit, it has to be licensed. If you bring somebody in the emergency room, for instance, let's say we've got somebody with a behavioral health issue that, that's the chief complaint that comes in the emergency department, and we can't find placement. That patient cannot go into another bed in the hospital because we're not licensed as behavioral health. So we have had times where we have had to house a patient in the emergency room for 7 days waiting to find placement because we're not allowed, based on licensing, to put them anywhere else in the hospital, because we're not a behavioral health hospital.
7 days?
7 days. Now, it doesn't always happen. I gave you
Yeah,
the
I
worst case
understand
scenario,
that.
but yes, and within the last 2 months, we had somebody in the emergency department for 7 days. We had a 17-year-old in our emergency department for at least, I would say, it was well over 48 hours.
A lot of things happen, so basically, we have a pretty decent system in place that contacts the EMS department who's gonna help arrange the transport. So once we get notification of a bed for anybody, whatever age they are, let's say they're in Pueblo, you're probably looking at seven and a half hours up. Then if it's a 1 to 2 hour intake process, then seven and a half hours back. So basically we're kind of like a clearing or holding facility until we can get the patient the right care at the right place. And a lot of times that's not us, because we're not an inpatient behavioral
Right.
facility.
And this isn't unique to our hospital. This is happening across the nation, and the issues there are with behavioral health and not having enough inpatient facilities or where you do transports. The hospital ends up being the stopgap, and it ends up being your emergency department, which if that fills up your beds, then it's very difficult to bring in, for instance, somebody's coming in with the respiratory distress, cardiac issue, and you're just waiting on a bed for somebody that you've got to find, you have to find a disposition for, and so that's where they have to stay.
And once they're in that bed, they have to stay in that location in the hospital?
For any behavioral health, we wouldn't be able to put them in any other room in the hospital,
Yeah.
since we're not
Well, I mean,
licensed.
and the other thing is, like I said, most of the extra med surg rooms, they're not equipped to handle behavioral patients. And ED is more closely monitored and guarded, and we'll have sitters or whatnot with said patients.
Okay.
We want to thank you guys.
Thank y'all.
Thank you for having us.
Keep up the good work.
Yep. Hey, thank you guys.
Sure. Do you want this just go to Kim?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I actually tried to come out and get a burrito with you the other day, but I couldn't get in, so
That's okay.
I left.
That's okay, we're still serving. All right, hey.
See ya.
Is the cafeteria fully open or back under restrictions?
We have spatial seating,
Okay.
so yeah, but it is open right now.
We did open it to, well, it's not open to the public, where he has, except for first responders, so police, fire, if they need to assemble, we certainly open up.
commissioners.
County commissioners were able
That's,
to.
we
of
were
course.
kind of looking for a lunch invite, but maybe you're not
Yes, sir.
kind of getting what we're.
That would be Rick's fault, because he said, hold off on that.
That's
You know.
true.
Yeah, and he wanted to see where the EBITDA was gonna come in before he was gonna, buy you lunch.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we're way behind. Gentlemen, do you want to, you're already here. You've sat through this. We'll go ahead before we break for lunch, so come on up. And I see you back there too, ladies. We'll take care of everything we can.
We can wait till after lunch.
Okay. That might, well, we'll see. Hang tight. Good morning, gentlemen. There's another mic over here too.
Okay,
Okay.
you get it.
Good afternoon. Correct. Stand
Good
corrected.
afternoon. I don't know what you want from me today for sure, and particularly when I look at the clock. I can be long and I can be less long and I can be extremely brief. It's hard to be a little too much with much substance without taking a little bit of time.
A synopsis. A brief synopsis.
What I sent to Shaq and let me just give you a sketch of Jim,
Okay.
if I could, Commissioner. Of, okay. There's a lot going on in a way, and yet my biggest concern as I watch what's in the news all the time, the sky is falling is kind of how it reads, and as you listen on the radio and you hear things. And I don't think the sky is falling. We are still in water time here. It is a process, and I do have faith in the process. So what I came prepared to do, we just came out of Water Congress summer conference last week. There was a ton of substance. I brought some of that substance. So I'll kind of go down and we'll see where we go. I sent Becky Mitchell's PowerPoint as a potential place to talk from. And so Shaq's got that on the board. There's 4 slides. Her intro, then she covered drought contingency plan next, Shaq. So she reported on that. Then she went from that slide to her next one, and then she finished. And I thought this was a really useful place to go from either a sketch and then some much more depth later. Becky Mitchell is in both arenas that we really have to be concerned about. She is in a decider position from the state of Colorado. She's our representative to the Upper Colorado River Commission, so she is our state spokesperson in large part for compact negotiations, a federal arena. She's executive director of the Colorado Water Conservation Board, and so in our state issues, demand management, exploration of demand management, a component of the drought contingency plan. CWCB is her staff, and that really is leading that exploration effort. Okay, so this is what she provided. She read a speech. She took probably a half hour, I'd guess, I don't remember, as part of her talk. She read her speech because she's the decider. Everybody listens very closely to her words. She's the one we're all lobbying in our processes. And so there you've got 1, 2, 3, 7 or 8 bullets, I think. I agree with all of them. That's what she's willing to share out of executive session from her official decider point.
So her first bullet is additional water supply,
Read up
security
there.
and certainty.
Yes, and it's the goals. These are our goals for the next set of interim guidelines, which I think all of us think are probably the most critical place that we have to have an output that we want. Yes.
Then the second bullet point is how are you going to avoid litigation?
These are her goals. And so there's lots of ways that can happen. And so this is where we can spend a whole lot of time. Jim.
Sure. I just wonder if you had, through her presentation of how I'm just curious, obviously
The
water
commitment
supply additional
of the
water
7 players about litigation is they're going to avoid it. Their commitment. Everybody thinks that you go to litigation, we're talking years. Yep. Years.
So how do you propose to avoid it? This is water.
Well,
I've got a theory. Close the gates on the dam and they'll force the litigation along.
I mean, it may go
They
to
think it's their water, make them come take it.
And that's part, absolutely, Shaq, that message is heard. There's a Water Conservation Board member that almost pushed that in from a different perspective. But that's a state perspective. Our state's strong with this. There is a lot of push that Shaq just articulated well.
Yeah.
Out of our state. Okay, she's committed that she's going to take that to the negotiating table, and that the 7 state negotiators, and the feds, they're all strongly committed to not make it be litigated, which means they're going to have to make some really tough, hard decisions this time around. Everybody's lobbying for how you're going to make it. It's a big game of 3-dimensional chess. Adam Reeves, our attorney, coined that phrase a while back to me, and more I watch it. And so explaining a little bit more of the three-dimensional chess game can take us a long time here even, and we're not going to have real answers. But that's what I came prepared to talk about, was the three-dimensional chess game, how we go, and the goals. And there's so much going on in executive sessions everywhere at every level, as well as in the public's talks. That's all part of this. And everybody has their interest. As individuals, from entities, all of us. Your voices are heard. They're all a part of the process.
I wonder that sometimes.
They are. I'm here to tell you they are. The last time that, I think it was the last time I talked with you, and I think Chris Treese was here, Becky was listening to the whole conversation on your on your YouTube. She thought that was important enough to hear what was going on then, in this meeting. Absolutely. That's just a sense of,
Yeah.
well,
Okay.
we all have a voice.
So, Ken, obviously, you were probably at the same conference, I guess it was, or meeting?
Yes.
What's your brief synopsis of, I mean...
Those are some tough goals, but you have to start somewhere. What I am hearing at that conference and elsewhere, as Don said, the PR, the press, it's about the sky is falling, first ever shortage in the lower basin. Becky, to her credit, has been making sure they understand we go through shortages every year somewhere in the upper basin. Some tributary just doesn't make the water. So there's a little bit of pushback on the PR side. But the real issues, they are a little bit concerned about power out of both Meade and Powell. California, we hear about all their power problems. A lot of that power goes to Phoenix and LA out of Meade. And Powell, likewise, could have some problems with power in the not too distant future.
A lot of those are self-inflicted wounds.
Yep. And so it's hard to see where they're going to go. They haven't talked a lot about the power-water nexus, but that power goes out to tribes and co-ops, and our full-service pumps are run on that power. So, and it supports a lot of these endangered alternates to Endangered Species Act on Upper Colorado Recovery. So there's a lot of stuff around the power, but it's not a water rights issue. So it's a real gray area nexus. There's a lot of pressure on future growth in the upper basin, everything from the pipeline out of Powell down to southwestern Utah, to some developments in other developments in Utah and Colorado and New Mexico. Don't know where that's going to go. Trans Mountain deliveries are always a concern. That's our front range, and you got to believe Colorado as a state listens heavily to them, so they weigh in. One of the speakers was head of Denver Water with a lot of years of experience. Don can comment on that one. But the tribal water rights settlement all over the basin, Colorado's in pretty good shape. Big settlement in Navajo and Upper Arizona, a lot of Utah settlement issues, and some in Arizona. Those are a real wild card, but they're getting talked about. Environmental issues are there, but they'll more or less come through the process as stated, compliance with established federal law. But one comment on this where Becky's trying to promote, Becky and others trying to promote that we're always in a potential for drought, and it comes back year after year. There is such a thing under Colorado water law as a feudal call. In other words, there is this point where what can they come get? They can't come get pre-compact rights. This year, there wasn't any water available other than pre-compact rights. So I think that message is getting out there somewhat, but that's one we want to keep pushing. Finally, there may be some push to beat that 2025 deadline. I heard whisperings of that they may try and accelerate these negotiations, which may or may not be a good thing. That will be interesting to watch unfold. That would be what I heard.
Just to follow up, when I tell you I trust the process, the DCP was supposed to bridge us from the current interim guidelines to the next, which start in 2026 or following 2026, which however that year unfolds. There's still a really pretty decent chance that's going to work. And that what they did with the DCP wired it. It fixed it. There's a good chance that's going to happen. Hydrology, like this year, spooks everybody. Even when it spooks everybody, there's a fallback plan.
Yeah.
That before you go to court, it may lead us to court, but it may bridge wherever we get to court. There's been a lot of thought process put into the water community and into the compact, always with a long-range view. That's just the bottom line message. That process, that's thoughtful and it's out there. And that's why I said, my short and sweet when I started, I still have faith in this process. We all should. Instead of listening, the sky is falling tone of the news stories. So that's bottom line. And so, thoughtfully we can dig into that a lot deeper, and it is pretty complex.
So we don't need to run around screaming with our hair on fire?
No.
Okay.
I do not. I don't think we need to.
No.
Absolutely not.
I look at these bullet points, and all I get, if you put them all together, she's gonna make it rain a lot.
We do a good job of managing water in the West.
Right.
We have 100+ years history. We got 120 years history since reclamation was formed to really drive this whole train. Absolutely, we have to. Our future depends on it.
We do.
So we're not.
Yeah, I mean, the state engineer did use a graph, and we've shared it internally and can provide it. As long as Powell has the water and can release it, we're releasing down at 7.48 for the next few years, it looks like. So now we're getting closer to balance that probably should have been there, that we would say from the last round. Whether or not that can keep happening is what has people spooked. And that DROA program, they're dropping 181,000 acre feet out of Flaming Gorge, Navajo, and Aspinall. So they're starting to dig into our deeper reserves. So on the same hand, it's about time, 2022, they're starting significant cuts in the lower basin. That's really where I believe the upper basin wants to drive this. Correct their issue, plug the hole that's draining our bank account. But we're still as long as we can release that 7.48 out of Powell, they cannot curtail the upper basin through 2025.
Because it's compliant with it.
It is compliant, as Don said, the process is working.
Remember, when they started dumping water out of these upper reservoirs, that was the sky as the falling story. We're in a shortage. Wow, look what are they doing? What's wrong with you guys? Read the print that was literally legislated in the 2018 DCP legislation. It articulated step by step everything that's happened right then. It directed reclamation to build the plan to do that. But it put a ton of specificity in that direction in the legislation that was passed in 2 weeks in late 2018. It's all there in writing, the plan to do it. Now we're implementing the plan. The sky's not falling. That's my message in terms of that one.
Well, that's a good message.
Yeah,
I like
it is. We all need to listen
I like
more
it, and
closely.
if you're both shaking your heads yes, and I mean, I realize we're always going to get through it, but it's just what's at risk, and I think we all know what's at risk. So.
Is that short enough for you? Good enough? Sweet
Well,
enough?
I know I still see side rolls putting water out, and we're at the end of August, which is a real accomplishment for everybody here.
We have our place locally here. Messaging is critical. How we message, what we message, Ken and I have this conversation. The messaging that comes out, in large parts funded by a bunch of really big environmentally organizations in terms of foundations and pots of money. That shapes kind of the tone of the message. It's really difficult for us to counter the strength and the power of that money to tone the message. But it's critical that we do it to our friends, to our neighbors, locally. Because I've heard stuff out of our water users, Kent, about these issues that just are absolutely untrue. And we've done our darndest to help teach our board and have that message going out in our community. We've got to do a better job, but we're fighting
Well, anytime you need to use this venue,
some high dollars. That's, they know how to message tone.
So
Okay.
we do have to hold Becky and the state accountable. We need an appropriate bargain prior to the next iteration. Extreme bad hydrology will continue us down a bad road, but the sky is not falling yet, and we'll continue working on it and putting our input in as well as local messages. And then I'd have one other topic real quick when we're done.
I'm available anytime that we want to schedule more time to dig into more substance. I mean, I could have talked from this stuff for
Well, right
half
now,
hour or
this
an
is
hour
our
more. At
business
your
meeting,
pleasure
so
in the
we're-
future.
I think, yeah, in the future, we'll put you on our workshops. Our workshops, we have a little bit more
I
time.
understand.
We're not having
That's
to make
just-
a decision, and obviously, we're not making a decision today at all, so we have more time in workshops.
Just want to make sure you hear it loud and clear from me that I'm available at your pleasure to try and help fill that need that you want
Thank
from us.
I just wanted to let you know, we have scheduled both a joint meeting with MVI and DWCD with Dolores County and San Miguel County for September 14th at 4:30. We'll have a virtual option. It is going to be limited to 2 hours for discussion between the two boards and the presenters. I understand they contacted you, obviously, and you'll have your own meeting. From that, we'll stay in touch or communication with what we see, particularly related, obviously, to the water issues.
So ours is, when did you say yours was, the 16th?
September 14th, the Tuesday.
Ours is the 16th. So we're going to be 2 days behind you all.
And I'll probably come to yours if you wanted to listen in or join ours. I mean, we're going to have the
Okay.
boards in person and a link I'll send over to Shaq. But it will be I believe, we're still talking on the details, but I believe they want to just keep it between the board and the presenters. Won't be a big public comment, no decisions. And it's subject to release of the draft bill the Monday before our meeting. We'd like to see it, but that's the latest we've heard.
And just on the same topic, Southwest meeting with those same folks is scheduled for that Monday, the 13th. I'll be on that one. I'm waiting to hear from staff details. Ken told me more right now than I've heard from our staff for how that's going to unfold. But that's where they've laid this out very deliberately, with the legislation not in anybody's hands. But for Monday with Southwest, Ken just described the other one for Tuesday, yours. And so you said yours is,
16th, which would be Thursday, right?
so all three I'll probably try and attend as I can.
And we'll have Zoom links on ours too. And I'm not sure they're going to take a lot of public comment, like you
Right.
said. I think ours was specific to just, this would be a board-to-board with Dolores, San Miguel, and ourselves.
At what time?
2
2 to 4.
2 to 4.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. If that's all you have, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you,
for
guys.
sticking around.
Thanks, Ken.
Sorry to dig into your lunch hour.
Oh, you're
No,
fine.
Good.
No worries.
No problem.
You guys want to have lunch, or?
Well, we've got those ladies set through their lunch to do this.
We might as well just keep going at this point.
Finish it and go.
Come back
Yeah.
just for our reports.
Okay,
I wasn't hungry.
come on down. I need to get this guy to shorten the agenda. He keeps putting.
You
25
need to
items on the
not
agenda.
drag your behind when we're talking about a simple
Okay.
variance
ladies.
request.
Well, this is the handbook changes, and I emailed you the new from the workshop. He had me do some changes, and I did them and emailed it. I scanned it to your thing. And then you wanted me to do the bereavement
Yeah, I
thing.
wanted you just to check on that. I think that was my request to see what other.
What other counties are.
Yep.
So I went to 7, 8, 9, 10, a little, 10 counties and then the hospital. And out of all of those, only one did not do bereavement of some sort.
Okay.
So there's each county, one didn't respond. But each one of them were, they all
3
had them, but
days?
they were different. You know what I mean? The only one
24
that,
hours.
Routt County did sick leave no more than 5 days, and they were the only ones. The rest of them had some sort of a paid type of bereavement.
So it looks like it's kind of consistent with 3 working days or 24 hours.
Yeah.
One says 40 hours.
The hospital was the one that did 40, Morgan County did 40, and the others were in between. I didn't understand tellers. That one was just very, it says mutual opinion of the employee and the elected official or department head. That's kind of crazy to me because, I mean, if you don't
That's
like me,
picking
you're
and
not going to
choosing your
let me.
favorites.
Yeah,
I think-
exactly.
I think that's
So,
a bad idea. Let's
yeah,
not do that.
That one was kind of a weird one, but
I
You don't
think
like
that
it,
actually
let's do
sounds
it.
typical.
No. That could create all kinds of problems.
So what is the current change that we're looking at then? Do you want to stay, it
Well-
was 5 days or we just talked about 40 hours?
A long time ago, it was.
I think so, because
Yeah.
hours simplifies everything.
Uh-huh.
It just,
Could be 2 hours
if you
and
need
4
to-
hours and.
a half a day to run to one, you take 4 hours, and
so it's on page 12 is what the, the word I'm looking for, the change that we, to see if you wanted to do. I changed, because I had originally had 5 working days, and we changed it to 40 hours, 35 or 30 hours, depending on the number of hours of your workday. So, and plus, it's going to be immediate family.
Okay. So the bereavement reads now, Shaq, what they're proposing?
The green one, yes. It's what is being proposed. There you go. The yellow is what's in there currently, in the handbook, and the green is proposed.
Okay. Any other questions on anything else before we, do you guys have any other information that you want to add?
Not on that. We did make a couple of changes you had me make in the actual handbook from the last time. I didn't know if you wanted to go over those or if you're just going to be okay with.
I think if you made any changes, it's
we've
Yeah.
already looked at them.
just the changes they made.
Just the
from-
changes, and let me find, I had notes, so I know, page 8, the, this one. Is it page 8? Nope.
What page are we
Oh,
on?
Page 9, sorry. So I spelled out more because we were talking about to make it hours so that people would understand instead of having how much maximum they can earn 20 days, we're going to change it to, and I did like a column, 40-hour week, 35-hour week, or 30-hour week, so they would each know what they are allowed to
Accrue.
accumulate max. So I made that a little bit easier for.
That'll simplify your department by much.
Yeah, yeah, because everything we need to do is
hours.
Okay.
And that was the bereavement. And then the other thing was on page, I want to say 14, the retirement on what, yeah, so I changed it to effective 1 January 2022, loans are allowed once per year, refinance is allowed one per year. And then we were going to send out the email after this is approved to let people know starting January 1 that they can only take one loan and one refinance.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions, gentlemen? All right, then I would look for,
I would move that we update our employee handbook as presented by staff today.
Second.
Okay. And then what we want to make sure is actually, it'll be this. So when,
What
when
page
they,
you on
when
now?
they hit the max in the handbook max, they can't go any farther, correct? But we're not going to take away what they've gotten. Remember we discussed?
can't take away what they currently
Right,
have.
but we're not going to allow any more over the max accrual.
We have the road and bridge department that are accruing more and going over these
These numbers.
numbers. That's our,
We discussed that too, but
I think what you presented to us is these are the maximum on the hours.
And that's gonna be
And you
it.
changed everything to hours from days,
okay.
correct?
Want to make sure we're not gonna, yeah.
So once it's adopted, then that's what the policy is throughout the handbook,
Right,
or throughout the handbook for every employee.
for everybody. Everybody meets it, okay.
That was pretty clear.
So
Yeah,
it's been moved and seconded to accept the approved changes to the handbook as presented. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So you need them to sign that, or is there a signature page for them?
what I'll do is, do you need a
Yes, it was. Yes. Aye.
sorry.
I don't, I was already outvoted.
What I will do is make the changes, permanent changes, send it out to everybody and get everybody to sign the back page so that everybody's aware.
Okay.
And then I'll send the email regarding the retirement. Can do that now?
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? No? Okay. All righty.
Thank
Oh,
you.
so the bereavement was going to be what's in the handbook? Yeah, okay, got it. Sorry.
It'll read hours instead of days, and it'll be the
Yeah.
40 hours that are there.
Perfect. All righty.
All right.
Thank you.
One more thing under unfinished business, Jack, if you want to pull that up, we have an appointment to the Southwest Roundtable. We had interviews that we conducted last week. We had 3 applicants, and we picked our number 1 choice. And with that, if you want to bring that up, Shaq, or
You want me to bring up their applications?
no,
One of you
we'll
guys just needs to make a motion.
I'll just let you go ahead and move it forward.
Go ahead.
We all know who the applicants are.
Yeah.
I would move that we accept the application of Randy Carver for the appointment to the Southwest Roundtable.
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to accept the appointment to the Southwest Roundtable for Montezuma County's representative as Randy Carver. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Mr. McLaren.
I don't have anything to add
Okay.
from last week.
Very good. Mr. Dietrich. I see you just walked into the room.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. First thing I wanted to give the commissioners an update on was the Southwest Transportation Planning Region request that we made to lower our required match for the Paz and Mesa Verde project on the Cortez side. So I did go over and make a presentation on the day that they held that meeting. We were successful in getting our match requirement reduced to 2.95%. They wouldn't go the full 10% for us, but anyway, we'll take the 2.95%. That's pretty decent. So they were supposed to be voting on that today. They did send a letter of support for us for the Southwest TPR that came from CDOT. So hopefully that will all be passed today. I haven't heard anything on that yet, but I'll kind of stay tuned on that. I think, I guess the other update on that project, so I've got a meeting scheduled with the Central Federal Lands Highway Division, who has taken over the project from Mesa Verde to Mancos, the east side that would be. And so they should be down here, I believe it will be on the 20th. Yeah, no, I'll take that back. It'll be the 21st. And we will plan to spend a whole day out there walking that whole stretch. And this is what they call their 15% design review. And so they've got to start on it, and then they should be finished by early spring of next year with that section of it. One of the complications that's come up is the similar thing that we found on the east or on the west side, is that CDOT has not necessarily recorded all of their right-of-way. And so we've got a few properties that we still have to make a determination on who actually holds the right-of-way on that. So I think CDOT is really advocating for us. This is a hoop to jump through, but I think that they'll be pulling for us on this one. We started on the Cortez side, and I think we had about 8 properties or so that we still had to confirm. We're down to 2 properties on that now. I think what really happens is that CDOT goes out, makes the negotiation, they have everything lined up, and then somebody fails to record that with the clerk and recorder. So we have to go back and kind of unravel all that and try to figure out where the negotiation happened and whether or not they legitimately hold right-of-way. The difficulty I have with that is they allow people to go in and put fiber optics in, gas lines, electric lines, water lines. All of those are transportation facilities. Why we're held to a different standard for a trail than all those other facilities, I don't know, because those seem more important.
You're above ground and visible.
I guess that's probably what it is, Kent. It's just more visible. So anyway, I'm making that argument to CDOT.
I'm putting in a toll booth over there.
Yeah, that's a good thought, Joel.
They haven't got their right-of-way down there.
Anyway, gentlemen, we'll keep working through this. It is a complication. We just need to continue to methodically work through it and make sure that we've got all of our I's dotted and T's crossed. And I think we'll probably get there on that. So, but did want to point out that is a complication, and we will be working on that.
And that slight complication over there on the other side of Durango.
Right. Yeah.
But it's fixed now.
Well,
It's being fixed now.
You throw enough money at anything could get fixed, right?
CDOT's generally pretty good. They eventually come through on everything, and they're a great partner for us. We don't want to be, bashing on them about this. It may have been an oversight. We just now have to figure out how to correct it and move forward, and hopefully it'll be beneficial for all parties. So I really wish, the fiber optic company would have been the one that went and did this for us, is the only thing. But heck, man, we're not afraid of a little work, so we'll do it. Same situation on this side of the hill. As I explained, we've got 2 properties left to resolve, but I think we'll find resolution on those also. So things are moving ahead on that. I think we're doing pretty good. We will have a meeting this Thursday regarding the breakwater and the tire situation that we've got up there at the bottom of McPhee Reservoir. And then I think we will also have a little bit of discussion, and I shouldn't bring up too much of this, but I hear through the grapevine that the Forest Service may have gotten some money to help work on that breakwater. So this could be back in action here again soon. Hopefully it doesn't involve us this time. If they've got the money for it and it's their facility, hopefully they can do it on their own. We just provide some support for them. So, so I guess that's about it for me today. There's probably a thing or two else I could talk about, but time's running short here. So, anything else from the commissioners for me?
I don't think so.
Thank you for the information on the 30 by 30 deal.
Thank you.
Sure.
The bunch.
And I'm very appreciative of the commissioners. I think you've got a good choice with with Randy Carver for the Southwestern Basin Roundtable, and just let Randy know that I'll be there as a backup for whenever he can't make a meeting or whatever, I'm happy to fill in. We'll just try to work together on this as much as possible. I do feel really good that we got somebody that really knows water and has a stake in it too. So other than that, I guess I can't think of anything else. I've got some things that maybe we can talk about regarding the variances and Dolores River plan. I'm kind of floating some of those ideas with planning right now. But I don't know if any of these will stick. We'll throw them at the wall and, you know, see what we get. But maybe there's some ways that we can work through this. So, you know, very difficult decision this morning. So I appreciate the effort y'all put into it. We'll continue to work on that one too. And I think, you know, if we do go back to revisit that plan and everything, you know, it certainly merits, you know, a fresh look at it from time to time, you know, as new information comes available. So, we're up to the challenge, and we'll work with the commissioners to see if we can't figure out how to make some things work a little smoother there. So.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, Shaq.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. The first thing I have for the commissioners is last week in our executive session with the schools, and I'm not displaying this document on YouTube. We discussed some security issues with the sheriff and RE1. There was a request for an MOU, which the attorney has looked at and made the changes that you all requested, and the school got back with me and said that it is acceptable, and so need to get some signatures on that, and I'll send it over to the school district.
And just so you guys know, I think what I did on it was I just made it more general, like we talked about, so we don't have a specific property. Really, this allows the schools to utilize Montezuma County property in the case of an emergency. The sheriff and or the chief of police would be in charge of picking an appropriate spot. This is an MOU, so as always with these, you know, it doesn't create a legal obligation. We can withdraw at any point in time, but I think this seems like a great thing for the district and the county to work together on.
Make a motion, we sign the MOU between Montezuma Cortez School District and Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to sign the MOU between the Montezuma Cortez School District RE1 and the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the next thing that I have for the commissioners is a transfer order. You remember we authorized a change order for extra paving on roads 29 and Nancy. We were hoping that we would be able to offset that with funds that we had set aside for the fiber project, and then the Treasury Department changed their ruling on those funds to be last mile only, and what we built was middle mile, so we still have to pay for the change order to the roads.
Just your signature, Shaq.
Motion to approve transfer order number 6-2021. In the amount of $511,000, $151.78.
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded to accept transfer order number 6/2021, a transfer of $511,151.78 from the general fund to the capital fund to pay for the orders of the road projects requested by commissioners for Road 29 and N. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, the next thing I have for the commissioners, I found out about this a little late. It would have been nice to have done it last week, but after this, oh, sorry, I'm pulling up the wrong one. Well, we'll do this one. I got a public notice here. The Montezuma County Commissioners will attend a Dolores River National Conservation Area draft release discussion with commissioners from San Miguel and Dolores counties. John Whitney, Amber Clark, Jeff Wyden and Al Heaton. The meeting will be held for the commissioners in Montezuma County Board of Commissioners meeting room Thursday, September 16th from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. We will be participating with the others via Zoom, but we'll be meeting here. So this is the public notice that you all will be gathered here to participate in the discussion of the Dolores River NCA. And then the last one I have for you. This is what I was talking about, would have been better a week ago, but I didn't find out until later. So this is a proclamation recognizing that today is Overdose Awareness Day. And it just says, whereas on Tuesday, August 31st, 2021, people around the world will mark International Overdose Awareness Day, which commemorates those lost to drug overdose. And whereas the impact of those deaths have on family and friends and community can be severe and long-lasting. And whereas in 2020, a total of 1,477 residents of Colorado were killed by drug overdoses. And whereas preliminary data has recorded 686 deaths already in 2021, according to preliminary data from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of Commissioners of Montezuma County that this 31st day of August 2021 we call the citizens of Montezuma County to awareness of the devastating, often lethal consequences of substance use and abuse.
Thank you, Shaq. Gentlemen?
I would move that we sign this proclamation of the Overdose and Awareness Day.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded to accept a proclamation for Overdose Awareness Day for August 31st, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
And then one more thing, and I may need to reschedule this under unfinished business for next week. As you know, our maintenance director, Mike Chenard, has, due to personal reasons, has had to step down. He's willing to continue working in a part-time position. In the interim, Dustin is taking charge of that department. I'd like to make a suggestion to the commissioners, and we can bring this up again next week, but my suggestion would be oftentimes we have to rewrite requests for bids and proposals multiple times, not only for the maintenance department, sometimes for IT, sometimes for the landfill. We also do those things for road and bridge. And the landfill often spends up to $200,000 a year on engineering services, and road and bridge department spends tens of thousands of dollars on engineering services, especially when it comes to bridges. And the natural resources department spends tens of thousands of dollars on engineering services for trails and breakwaters and different things of that nature. With all of those things in mind, I would like the commission to consider allowing Dustin to maintain control of the maintenance portion of the maintenance department, and hiring, instead of growing that department, hiring an engineer to be on staff that can also be utilized at the landfill, road and bridge, natural resources, some of the things that we come across with the planning department. In my opinion, I think we would be saving money in the long run, providing a lot of our own engineering services and staff or in-house. Obviously, certain things like CQA, which is quality control and assurance, if we still want an outside stamp on that, so it's not a conflict of interest that we're approving our own work. But I'd like you to take the time to consider that it might be worth the county's investment to hire an engineer and in-source a lot of that work that can be done.
So I've actually thought about that, but we're talking really two different issues. One is engineering and one is maintenance. You know, we knew that Mike was stepping down, and I think that, you know, even though he's agreed to stay on part-time or half-time, whatever you want to call it, I think they still have more to do than they really can possibly do. Now, is that putting RFPs aside? I don't think restricting them one more person is really or half a person because it's part-time. Is that really the thing we want to do? So I don't have an issue with thinking about an engineering person because I think we would save money, but there again, I think what's in front of us is really maintenance, because we can't let maintenance fall.
And we can open that position up if we promote from within, still hire someone else. That's not a problem. But I do want you to consider the
No,
engineer in addition.
I understand the ask, but let's try and look at the position that really is in front of us for now. So we can
Okay.
have a further discussion on that. Thank you, Shaq. Is that all you have?
That's it from me.
Okay. Who wants to go first?
I can.
Go ahead.
It's been a pretty busy week. Last Wednesday, I attended the Mancos Town Board, and it's been, kind of trying times over there, so I don't know how else to put it. But then Saturday, I attended the Louis Areola Pancake Breakfast, then on to the Farmers 100-year celebration, and just talked to constituents and stuff about things that are going on in the county. Yesterday, we had our breakfast meeting with the municipalities, which I felt was very well received, and we got a lot of good information. Then on to our workshop and stuff, and then last night we were back in Mancos again on the redistricting and the challenges that are coming from that. And then I've talked to a lot of people this week that are pushing us to sign a resolution on this 30 by 30 deal. And I think that's something that we need to consider. And that does it for me, I guess.
Okay. Mr. Lindsay?
Yeah, pretty much the same as Joel. But we did go, like Joel said, meet with the municipalities, and you tribe had a representative, and really appreciated that. We had pretty good conversations. Took a while. I mean, it was good. And then went to city council last week. Attended in session. 5 members there, 2 absent. They appointed 1 member to their Board of Adjustments and Appeals, 2 members to their Board of Adjustments and Appeals, and then they did support and sign a letter of support for our redistricting, our fight against the redistricting. So they're helped out with that. Other than that, about the same.
Okay. Well, mine I'll make real quick then, because it was mostly covered. Obviously, I was in attendance with these same meetings these other gentlemen were. I did have a special Zoom meeting on Friday with Shaq and Magellan Strategies, looking and working on the final survey questions and how we're approaching that as far as the survey for the
Sales
tax questions. And with that, that is truly all I have that wasn't covered. So, gentlemen, anything else?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we adjourn this meeting on 8/31/2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.